All right, and let's go ahead and bring in our panel for today. We got three guys here with us for this first episode. First off, bringing in since the last time I did anything on YouTube, this gentleman, not only a former competitor and champion of our movie battleground league, also a film critic, also festival certified film critic, because my man was at TIFF this year. Amaru Moses, welcome, man. How's it going?
It's going well. It's good to be back on with you. I think I've told you in private, but I'll tell you in public. You were one of my favorite people to talk to online about movies. It's just always a great conversation. So anytime that I am not busy and you ask me to come on, I'm here because it's just a good time.
I appreciate it, man. I now have something to live up to. Next up, we have a gentleman who's always at the Toronto International Film Festival because he is across the border. We have Madi joining us. What's up, man?
I was gonna say Amaru just stole my entire script of how I was gonna introduce myself, but that's fine. Yeah, no, I'm glad to be on camera whenever I can, which happens when it happens.
And then finally joining us, we have a buddy of mine who I did a couple of podcasts with before I went on hiatus, but I'm excited to have him continue joining me for shows. I think this might be, and I'll ask him when he comes on camera, joined by Tyler Franklin. Tyler, did we ever record a debate match with you? I genuinely can't remember. It was so long ago. Did you ever? Because I thought we set one up. Did you ever do one?
I can't hear anything anymore.
Perfect.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened.
You're good, man. Take a sec. I'll put you on screen. Give me a thumbs up when you can hear me again,
It
okay?
says it's connected.
I'll
Why
I'll
isn't
give it a
it
sec.
working? It's still not working.
You're good, man. Take a second. Here, I'll put it in the private chat. Live radio, people. All right. So we'll mute him. That way he can talk to himself while he gets that figured out. But we'll go ahead and get started. And before we jump into the larger topic of discussion, which is going to be building a most anticipated list for 2026, we had a couple of news stories that came up. So we're going to discuss those first. And it's funny because this first news story, I feel like, was a thing sitting around for so long that the last time we would have done a podcast like this, we talked about the possibility of this being a thing happening. And now, as of this week, effective immediately, it actually is a thing that's happened. And I'm going to go ahead and bring up the news story of it on screen because it'll just be easier that way. But this is being taken directly from StarWars.com. Lucasfilm and the Walt Disney Studios announce leadership transition. Kathleen Kennedy steps down from Lucasfilm leadership to return to producing. Dave Filoni will now lead the studio as president and chief creative officer alongside Lin-Wen Brennan as co-president. And then I'll go ahead and put the article up on screen for anyone who would like to take a couple of seconds to read it. But essentially, after 14 years of being in charge of Lucasfilm, Kathleen Kennedy has effective immediately stepped down and will return to independent producing. Purportedly, she already has a slate of projects lined up for her to produce. It's not known what those are. She also will be maintaining an active role as an independent producer on the Star Wars projects she was involved in. So she is a producer on The Mandalorian and Grogu. She is a producer on Starfighter. She is a producer on the upcoming trilogy that's being overseen by Simon Kinberg. If Taika Waititi's thing ever gets made, because they're apparently still flirting with him, she'll be a producer on that. But at this point onward, anything that is developed new will be produced by the new heads of the studio, Dave Filoni and Lin-Wen Brennan. And then her statement is down here. I can read it out loud. My love of storytelling. Oh no, that's Dave Filoni's statement. I don't really care what Dave Filoni has to say. He's not the one leaving. But with that said, I'll go ahead and pull this off screen for you guys. Amaru, I'll go to you first, sir. Kathleen Kennedy has officially stepped down from Lucasfilm. I guess my first question to you is just, what are your thoughts on Star Wars currently after 14 years of her leadership? Where's your general excitement at for the things that they have coming forward? And do you think the replacements are good replacements? And I will throw out there, just because she's not a name that people will necessarily recognize, the executive that's been paired with him, Lin-Wen Brennan, as the co-president, was basically already largely acting in a studio financial role, which is what she will be doing for Filoni anyways. She's been handling that role under Kathleen Kennedy for a number of years to begin with, which is why she's been named alongside him. For the general public, think James Gunn and Peter Safran. You very rarely hear about Peter Safran in conjunction to DC, but he is playing a larger part behind the scenes in terms of handling the actual studio producing, and that's what she will be doing. So yeah, Rue, I'll go to you first. What are your thoughts?
I feel very lucky to not have ever been a huge Star Wars fan. I just like Star Wars because I love things geek. So I am not in the fandom. I don't listen to or look out for or hear any of the stupidity and the fighting. I don't give a shit. I don't. I just like seeing Star Wars. But it's not up there with like Lord of the Rings or MC Marvel or even DC right now or Harry Potter. So I just go in like, I just want to watch some good geek movies and have a good time. And Dave Filoni has given me things that I enjoy a lot. Even some of the lesser Mandalorian stuff I've enjoyed. And just hearing people, he seems to be like an actual fan. And I like people who are passionate about what they do and like know the lore up and down, even if they don't make things that I quite enjoy. I like just James Gunn. I like James Gunn. James Gunn has a passion and knows DC, so he's going to do his thing. I like the single-minded creative outlook, not the business outlook of running a company. So for me, it sounds like a good idea. The quote of whether or not it's true that he did not like Andor hurts my soul. But you know what? Hopefully he understands I might not have liked Andor, but it's one of the best things creatively and financially, maybe not financially, but creatively that people have seen in a long time. So I'm still going to give it to you. Still going to give stuff like that to you because people universally loved it. So I think it's a good thing to give it to a creative and get it out of a business person's hands, even though Kathleen Kennedy has had success in places. She's also linked to a bunch of like, I don't remember what specifically, but I always hear her name with like, ooh, was that a good decision? So like, hey, as successful or not, I always like going into the hands of somebody who's real passionate about what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Tyler, you were nodding along, so I'm assuming your audio came back while I was reading the article. So I'll jump down to you next. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think Kathleen Kennedy has done a lot of good for the franchise as someone who is a fan of the Star Wars franchise, in the sense that I watched all the films, episodes 1 through 9 in that order on TNT for the first time. But still, I'm what I would consider a real fan, like, even though I like, things that other people don't. But I think, she's been producing legendary films for a long time, and I think she's just, run her limit on, managing this property, because the marketing is, I think, is the biggest problem with Star Wars right now. There's a lot of outspoken fans who are vitriolic and hateful and don't like, female characters or black and brown characters or, things like that have nothing to do with the actual quality of Star Wars. And they point fingers and say, oh, Kathleen Kennedy, she wants this woke stuff. I just want stuff that's well written and well produced and, thought out. And I think Disney has this problem as well as with the MCUs. They put out a lot of content for the sake of pleasing their shareholders and not for the sake of storytelling. And it's great when you have, you go to Anaheim or whatever their event is called now that Disney has. Can't remember off the top of my head.
D23?
But when they D23, where they're like, oh, this is all this stuff we're gonna make. We're gonna make this with this what's Patty Jenkins movie. Where it's like a Starfighter movie or something. And we're gonna make this project. Or let's have a meeting with Darren Aronofsky and develop a Kylo Ren movie. Or let's do this. And they announce all this stuff where they have great creatives meeting with them at pitching projects to them, and then they just sit on them. And then when they do put out quality, and even though it's divisive quality or divisive shows like The Acolyte, which is I think one of the most interesting things that Star Wars has done in a long time. Maybe you don't like it, but I love Andor. Andor is a fantastic show, but it's like kind of more of what makes Star Wars good. And I'm kind of more interested in seeing what Star Wars can be. You know what I mean? So I'm excited that there's going to be new leadership and that we're not just kind of like just turning the gears.
Yeah, it makes complete sense. Before I turn to Mehdi, for anybody who wants a little more background on the players here, obviously Kathleen Kennedy has become an incredibly divisive figure on the internet thanks to Star Wars fans and their reception to the various projects. But if you're not aware of Kathleen Kennedy's career prior to Star Wars, she was an independent producer. She co-founded Amblin Entertainment alongside Steven Spielberg and producer Frank Marshall, who would go on to become her husband. As a producer herself, she is responsible for the vast majority of Steven Spielberg's career. She didn't produce every film he made, but she produced the vast majority of them from 1982's E.T. the Extraterrestrial all the way through to 2012's Lincoln, which was the final film she produced before taking over Lucasfilm. In addition to her work with Spielberg, she also produced various films, including her own husband's directorial debut, Arachnophobia. She produced the 1993 survival film Alive, also Frank Marshall. She produced for Clint Eastwood, like The Bridges of Madison County. She produced the 1990s blockbuster hit Twister. She continued producing the Jurassic Park series, initially past Steven Spielberg's exit from it. Her husband would then take over and work on the later sequels that we're more familiar with. And of course, she also later found Academy success producing Seabiscuit for Gary Ross and The Curious Case of Benjamin Button for David Fincher, which, despite what you would believe, actually is arguably one of his more successful films at the Academy. Also, and then, of course, you have the various amount of things that Amblin Entertainment produced as a company, of which she was an EP for, including things like Gremlins, The Goonies, Back to the Future, and the various sequels from there. She was on board for the 1990s Cape Fear from Martin Scorsese. She was on board for, only bad films too. She was behind The Flintstones, that film in the 90s that you've probably only seen clips of and is really bad. Like, it's not, no one's perfect. Everyone's got a bad day, but most of her work is great prior to Lucasfilm, in which I would still say a lot of her work was very good. Or, The Rise of Skywalker. And then for the players that are currently taking over Lucasfilm, Dave Filoni is the name that we all recognize. He joined Lucasfilm in 2005, just after Revenge of the Sith, to basically help George Lucas creatively drive the franchise post that trilogy. He was the mind behind the Clone Wars series that aired through the late 2000s into the 2010s. He also creatively has been involved with Star Wars Rebels, The Mandalorian, is showrunner for Ahsoka, and he is teaming with Jon Favreau on his first feature screenplay for The Mandalorian and Grogu, which comes out in May. It's also largely believed that he has a film that he will direct in the work as well that will sort of be another extension of this TV universe that they have created, although nothing more official exists on that front. As for the lesser known of the two, Lin-Wen Brennan, she's actually been with Lucasfilm since 1999. She worked in the visual effects industry and joined Industrial Light and Magic, where over the course of 10 years, she rose to become the head of ILM in 2009. In 2015, Kathleen Kennedy brought her over from ILM into Lucasfilm directly, where she was named the general manager of Lucasfilm in 2015. And then in 2024, she was named the president of Lucasfilm and was in charge of all business dealings since 2024. So like I said, she's already been in this role for a couple of years. Now it's just official that she is running the company alongside Dave Filoni being that creative head. And she also does have, for what it's worth, she has received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Visual Effects Society for her contributions to the industry. And she actually also has an OBE from the British Empire for her contributions to cinema. So she is not somebody to take lightly. She's just not a name that you know. That said, now that I've dumped all that out there, Mehdi, I'll go to you next, sir. What are your thoughts on Star Wars and this change that's being made?
I mean, I feel like this is the longest running story that we've had about Star Wars for the last like 5 years, because every other month it feels like someone was like, "Yeah, she's stepping down," and we were like, "Okay, let's do it then. If you guys are saying it, let's do it." But uh, I mean, you go through her credentials, and it's a lot. I feel like a lot of the talk online is based on what she's done in the last 10, 15 years, right? Like you forget that she's had such a masterful career with Jurassic Park, the E.T., with Back to the Future and everything else that she's done, and you only really focus on, okay, well, let's look at the Star Wars stuff, and then you look at the receipts, and what was it? 5 movies so far have come out from Star Wars that have come out in theaters. All but one
Yes.
of them made over $1 billion. So financially, she's clear. Um, Indiana Jones was a misstep, I think, because like that didn't make a lot of money, and it was probably spending too much in the moment. Solo, I feel like I don't blame her. I blame um, what was the head of Disney? Uh, Bob
Iger,
Iger.
or
Yeah, just because they put it out in May when December was working for them, and there was also an Avengers movie coming out that same month. It was like, all right,
yeah,
let's put some space in between it. So overall, I mean, financially, she's done pretty much great work for the Lucasfilm side of things, other than Indiana Jones. And then you look at TV, and it's like The Mandalorian, which people love. People had problems with season 3. That's fine, but 2 out of 3 seasons being great, sure. Book of Boba Fett, which was okay. Obi-Wan, which was okay. Andor, which I think we all agree was uh, phenomenally well written and performed.
Mm.
And it's definitely one of the better things in my opinion from Star Wars in a long time. Uh, there was the Willow show, which I think kind of came and went. Ahsoka, which is still going and it's fine, and then the Acolyte, which is probably the most despised one, and then Skeleton Crew, which was okay as well. So, I mean, she hasn't done anything terrible for the franchise. Like she hasn't ruined Star Wars. She hasn't done anything that's bad.
No.
I think she took a couple of shots. Some of them worked, some of them didn't. But the movies made money. I think the storylines behind them probably could have used a little bit more, but that's not necessarily fully on her. That's on the entire team. Which I guess, yeah, like you blame the head coach to make it a sports reference, like if the team isn't succeeding, and so she's taking a lot of the brunt of the blame because even though some of the things have been really good, she's not getting the vitriol for when things are not as good.
It took 18 minutes and 30 seconds with me and Mehdi on screen to get a sports reference. There we go.
No,
I had
but
to get it
yeah,
in there
I
at
think it
least.
actually
Yeah.
it is a fitting sports reference, and I think just to throw my thoughts in before we move on, look, I'm going to say something that Star Wars fans won't like. If you think that Disney's inconsistency fucked up Star Wars was fucked up before Disney bought it. Like that's
Yep.
just it's the truth. Like, and I mean, like
I
Tyler,
don't think people remember.
We did a
People
whole
don't
countdown
remember what
episode
Star Wars
doing
was.
all Star Wars movies. Like there is greatness
these
in
kids
Star
weren't
Wars.
alive.
I would even go.
Yeah.
I would even go so far as to say that there's even great elements in a lot of the bad Star Wars stuff. Like there's always something there that creatively, the Acolyte, I do think, like Tyler brought up, is a great example of like that show was really, really divisive critically, and a lot of people were really, really down on it. But I do think conceptually and what they tried to do with it, it is some of the most interesting stuff they've come up with. It was just a swing that missed for a lot of people, but it was still a swing, which you have to appreciate.
Yeah.
Star Wars has always been inconsistent. Star Wars was, the first one came out and it was this incredible, pop culture thriving piece of media. But even back in the 70s, there were discussions over like, well, was George Lucas the greatness, or was this a thing saved in editing because some people have seen other cuts of the film and it's not nearly as good? Like from the jump, Star Wars was always this thing that was imperfect. And in a lot of ways, I think that's the brilliance of it, because despite the imperfection, despite the missteps, it still continues to survive. It still continues to have an audience that desperately want for greatness for Star Wars. And I think that is accredited to George Lucas and something in his writing and in the filmmakers he worked with that brought people to Star Wars in such a great way. But no, Kathleen Kennedy didn't fuck up Star Wars. I think there's just as much good in there as there is mediocre, as there is bad. Her biggest fuck up to me, and it is a great one for what it's worth, was the trilogy. And it's not the quality of any of the individual films, no matter what I think of each film. It's the lack of foresight and planning. It is as simple as like hiring Rian Johnson to do 8 and 9, and in your head and in the media offhandedly being like, yeah, he's also going to write 9 because he's like a great writer and we want him to do it, but not asking him until he's already shooting 8 and being like, so you want to write the next one, right? No, you don't, because you're exhausted. Shit, now we got to find somebody else to write the next one. And like, that's exactly what happened, and I understand why things wound up the way they did, because this is a very high profile producing job. And the minute any of it went wrong, the pressure was going to mount on levels that she's probably never experienced. And that's completely fair. But she did mess up. But she didn't ruin Star Wars. And if anything, I would say the fact that there are so many YouTubers that have now made careers being angry at Star Wars tells you that Star Wars is not ruined, because there's still an audience there ready to accept the next thing that happens. And what I do hope happens is, like, if Mando and Grogu comes out and is great and succeeds, and we took the swing from going to TV into films, I hope she gets her credit. If we do, Starfighter, and it comes out and it's great and it succeeds and it's this original concept that pulls people back into Star Wars, I hope she gets her credit. Just the same as how I love that Tony Gilroy, while doing press for Andor, went out of her way to give him credit, or give her credit, because he's correct. A producer's job is to make sure that the creative has what they need to get it done. And she did that with Andor. I mean, she really sunk ungodly amounts of money into something that was never going to make that money back in order to make sure that he got his vision completed. And that is what a producer is supposed to do. They're supposed to ride for you. And so, yes, were there missteps? Absolutely there were missteps. But Star Wars was never perfect. It was never a thing that got ruined. It was just a thing that she helped continue exist. So best of luck to her in whatever endeavor she has. Does anyone have any more thoughts on this, or you guys want to move on?
We hear enough about Star Wars, so I think we're good to go.
Fair enough. And we'll go ahead and jump into the second story, which will then tee us up for the rest of the episode, because we're talking about the most anticipated films of 2026 today. And there was a story that broke as we're recording this. It broke yesterday that Warner Brothers have announced a whole bunch of new additions to their slate. One of them is actually from the year 2026. They also have a couple in 2027. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this up on screen for us. So the first one that we have is The Great Beyond. This was the previously untitled original sci-fi concept project written and directed by J.J. Abrams, this being his first creative effort since moving to Warner Brothers from Disney in, I want to say it was 2019 or 2020. J.J. Abrams signed a production deal, largely has not done very much with it. I believe the only thing he produced was the show Lovecraft Country, which unfortunately did end after one season despite great reception. But
So
this
good.
new film from, there we go. See, there it is. This new film from him stars Glenn Powell, Jenna Ortega, Emma Mackey, Sophie Okonedo, and Samuel L. Jackson. It was originally believed it would be a summer release, but in order to secure IMAX screens, it is arriving on November 13th. And the details, as it says there, the details are scarce, but it is rumored to be about a novelist who realizes that his fantasy realms are indeed real, that novelist being Glenn Powell. So for any of you who thought that Glenn Powell was just riding by playing sexy athletic men, now he's going to put on some glasses and a sweater and play a writer. You're welcome. Again, that film is November 13th, 2026. The other films, though, from the article, we have this next one, I believe it is because part of it's blocked by my recording banner. I believe it's Panic Carefully is the name of the film, a new thriller from Sam Esmail, which was the mind behind Mr. Robot. He also did Leave the World Behind with Netflix. The film stars Julia Roberts, Eddie Redmayne, Brian Tyree Henry, Aidan Gillen, Joe Alwyn, and Elizabeth Olsen, and plot details are being kept under lock and key. And this was an acquisition from Warner Brothers. Originally, Netflix were supposed to release this film, and it was supposed to come out this year, but Warner Brothers have swooped in for a theatrical release and set it for February 26, 2027. The third film here is an original film from Tim Miller, the director of Deadpool, and his first theatrical effort since Terminator Dark Fate. The film was originally titled Shiver, which, funny enough, this is actually one of two films we'll talk about today that had the title Shiver that no longer has the title Shiver. I don't know why that is. But it stars Keanu Reeves and is rumored to be about a smuggler in the Caribbean who gets caught in a time loop. The film was compared in pitch meetings as basically a crossing of Edge of Tomorrow and The Shallows. And Matthew Vaughn is also involved as a producer on this one. This one is set for August 13th, 2027. And then finally, we have The Conjuring First Communion, which was a previously rumored prequel film for The Conjuring. This is set to be the beginning of what is essentially being defined as 2 by the franchise producers. The writers of the previous film, Richard Nang and Ian Goldberg, are back working with indie director Rodrigue Quart, who has another film, Suffer Little Children, in development at Paramount. No word on what the premise of the film will be, but we do know that it is going to be focused on Ed and Lorraine Warren. It'll be basically going back in time to the time period of the previous films and just inserting new actors into the roles to continue the franchise. And I think we can all agree this is simply because, as it says at the bottom, The Conjuring Last Rites, which was supposed to be a semi-conclusion to the film series, grossed $500 million worldwide and was a part of that incredibly successful run Warner Brothers had when they had, I believe it was 7 films open over 40 million at the box office, setting a new record. So with that said, guys, Mehdi, I'll go down to you first on this one. Which of these sounds the most interesting to you? Which one do you want to tackle?
I mean, Keanu Reeves in a time loop with sharks is already getting me excited, and it's a year and a half away. That one's for sure the one that sticks out to me. I am intrigued by most of these movies. I think the Julia Roberts thriller, the cast looks phenomenal. So that one could.
That's the one with Brian Tyree Henry, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes,
So I mean,
put his name in it. I'm in it. I'm in, no matter what. So
there's no one in that cast. I'm like, oh, I don't really like him. It's like, no, that's all very good actors, with a really good director, and it's a thriller. It's coming out in February, so who knows? But like, it's one of those things where I'm like, that looks like it has the potential to be really good. The J.J. Abrams one, I don't think I am as interested as I want to be. Not anything against anyone in it in particular. It just feels like one of those kind of I'm waiting to see something from it that is gonna really catch my interest. Like the premise and the cast, I'm like, okay, that's fine. But there's nothing in it so far that is making me go, I need to see that opening weekend or anything like that. So, and then Conjuring, I don't care. I'm sorry. Like they could have ended these movies 7 movies ago, and I would have been fine. But now they're on whatever number this is, make another 500 million at the box office, and then say, yeah, no, we're done until they see the box office numbers, and then go again. Like that's, I don't know. I don't care.
I mean, that's completely fair.
Yeah.
I famously don't like horror, but I recently, when I say recently, I mean like in the last month, watched every movie in the Conjuring universe. And I surprisingly enjoyed every single one of them except one. Like, I don't like horror, and I was in. I liked Ed and Lorraine Warren. Annabeth is the dumbest magical black Negro movie to ever be made. I hate it, especially because of the end. But I swear to God, I had fun with every other movie. And again, you two know me. I don't like horror or that much. I enjoyed the shit out of this. So I'm going to go see that movie. I know, Tyler, you were shaking your head. I'm sorry. They got me. I'm in for The Conjuring from here on out because they have not failed me since Annabeth. I'm going to go with J.J. Abrams. All of them do sound you said Edge of Tomorrow, one of my favorite movies, and The Shallows, which was one of the most underrated movies of recent memory. And that sounded cool as shit. But I think J.J. Abrams is also one of the most underrated directors, blockbuster directors out. He made the best Mission Impossible. He could arguably, MI3 is the best, guys. It is. Now, if you say anywhere from 3 to 6 is the best, I'm not arguing with you because they're all fucking amazing. But I love MI3. I'm with you.
It's 5 and 3.
He arguably made 2 of the most entertaining Star Treks, and maybe the best, depending on how much you like the slower Wrath of Khan versus the 2009. Those are great. I like The Force Awakens a lot. The man doesn't really miss when it's just him, because Rise of Skywalker we just talked about that. But like, he does a really good damn job with sci-fi blockbusters, and this is original. I'm gonna go see what he does. And it sounds like an interesting premise. So I'm with the J.J. Abrams ones. That kind of got me.
Fair enough.
I think of him as like, oh yeah, he's a good director for sci-fi. I don't think of him as like this great person that I have to go see his films. You know what I mean? Like, you're right. He hasn't done anything terrible, but every time I'm like, oh, it's J.J. Abrams. It's fine. Like I don't necessarily think of his movies as like, I have to see this or anything like that. Like Star Wars, I went opening weekend because it's Star Wars. Star Trek, I've never been a huge fan of, but it was like, all right, sure. And then what was the other movie he did? Like Super 8?
Yeah.
Even that.
Well, I was actually about to jump in. Like, it is interesting because you're talking about like J.J. Abrams' pedigree as not just a blockbuster director in terms of quality, but like as a name that excites you to go see the film. J.J. Abrams only has one original IP film, which is Super 8. Every other film that he's made has been attached to an intellectual property that exists prior to him coming on board. And while I think we can agree that at the very least 4 to 3.5 of the 5 other films that he's made are largely worth seeing, especially on the big screen, the 3.5 is Into Darkness. I know a lot of people aren't into that one, but I like it personally. It's like, he doesn't have anything original except for Super 8, which a lot of people would also say is directly aping Spielberg. So this really is something new for him because we don't know what this is, what it's going to look like, and it is relying on his name and whatever star power you attach to Glenn Powell and Jenna Ortega to sell this, which I think is interesting. Before I turn over you, Tyler, I do want to correct myself because I took shots at him. The running joke in Hollywood is that J.J. Abrams signed a Warner Brothers deal years ago, and basically nothing has come from it. It's not true, but he has done a little more for them than I gave him credit for. He was behind Lovecraft Country, which came out, and then he had nothing for a number of years. But just in the last couple of years for them, it wound up not airing on HBO Max. It aired on Apple instead. But Warner Brothers TV and his production deal with them was behind the show Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal. He also was behind Batman Caped Crusader, the animated series from the guys of the original Batman animated show. He did have another original show called Duster, which I believe was a crime thriller that also got canceled after one season. And then film-wise, he has The Great Beyond. He's actually a producer on a film coming out this year that we'll talk about later called Flowervale Street. And just recently, it was announced that he is going to be working with John M. Chu on an animated version of the Dr. Seuss book, Oh, the Places You'll Go. None of that syncs up in any way for me whatsoever as interesting, except in how weird it could get. But that said, Tyler, I'll throw it down to you, man. Which of these?
I was saying, let's not forget Alias was a dope ass fucking television show, though.
Never watched.
Oh, yeah, and he's got a whole catalog of great things. We're just talking about recently because, unfortunately, I think a lot of people are very, what have you done for me lately? Tyler, which of these excites you the most?
Well, I just want to continue on before I completely dump on J.J. Abrams, I will give him credit for Lost and Alias and Felicity and Fringe. Like, he knows how to make a successful television show. But as a director, he only knows how to adapt stuff. Like Super 8 is basically just a Steven Spielberg movie, but watered down. Like, it's just E.T. with a kaiju, right? Is that what that movie is? Kind of. But
I've seen it once. I don't know.
Exactly. I saw it once.
It's not memorable.
15 years ago.
I really like that kid from Super 8 in that Eastwood film 2 years ago.
Yeah, no idea what that is.
Could tell you.
No, I mean Super 8.
Let me look up the reference because I genuinely couldn't remember. Go ahead, continue.
Like, his only true bad film is episode 9, and I still like episode 9. You know, it's not really his fault at the end of the day why that movie is poorly received. But like, I love The Force Awakens, and Into Darkness is fun. It's funny that I like that you called it Wrath of Khan instead of Into Darkness.
No, I'm saying which one is your favorite Star Trek film? Wrath of Khan from the OGs is considered the best. So do you like the Wrath of Khan, even though Into Darkness is the Wrath of Khan anyway, or do you like Star Trek 09 better because it's more propulsive?
Yeah. But I think he's rubbed me the wrong way over the years with his First Look deal with Warner Brothers, where he's just been siphoning money from them and producing absolutely nothing. And it just feels like he has cold feet. Like, he was supposed to produce that like Superman movie. He's been attached to a Superman movie, and we've had like 3 different Superman since he's been attached. I swear, like, oh, we're gonna make a Michael B. Jordan Superman movie. We're gonna make this Superman. We're bringing Henry Cavill back. What happened to the J.J. Abrams movie? Like, but I love Glenn Powell, and I think Jenna Ortega is really talented. But I just cast alone doesn't get me excited anymore. There's too many projects where it has a stunning cast. And I think it's just because the streaming platforms or these studios can just hand out, buckets of money to people for like non-theatrical releases, because there's no any kind of back-end deal or anything. So they just get money up front and they can get all these great cast members, but it's not necessarily a good movie. And I think that the one that Warner Brothers bought from Netflix, what was it called? Panic Carefully? Is that the one?
Yes, the Sam Esmail one. Yeah,
that was the Netflix one. Yeah, that's another case of like, it has a great cast, but I really I didn't like his past film, the Leave the World Behind. Like, I think it was like one of those great movies where it's like, oh, this is a great mystery, and then it really doesn't know where to go from there. And I love Julia Roberts, and so I'll watch it. I'm really the guy that's just like, I'm not watching that. Like, but probably the most excited I am is probably going to be the Shiver movie. Even though when you described it, I was like a cross between, what did you say, The Shallows and Edge of Tomorrow.
This was Tim Miller's words in the pitch room were, think of Edge of Tomorrow and The Shallow.
Yeah, and I don't even like Tim Miller like as a director, but I know that people that are good VFX supervisors like Tim Miller, who runs a VFX house, are going to
Yes.
produce good action sequences and well rendered sequences, like in general. So I have like the most faith in that, just because like all the times that Tim has been on like Corridor Crew talking about VFX breakdowns and Deadpool 1, and I think Deadpool 1 is like the strongest film out of all of the three. I think when they left Tim Miller behind, it was a huge mistake. So, and I've never saw that Terminator movie that he made, but working with
It did have great action.
franchise requel reboots are always kind of a disaster. So, yeah, I guess Shiver. I had no idea it even existed until today.
Yeah, no, I agree. The shark one, because it mentions in the article at one point it was called Shiver, but I guess that won't be the name of it when it comes out.
Probably.
That one is interesting just because it's like, okay, so we're doing Edge of Tomorrow, but with sharks and Keanu instead of aliens and Tom Cruise. Okay, sure, that could work.
Also, that's a lateral.
And I do take your point about.
It's good. Like just.
If anything, Keanu's better because he's not.
I do take your point.
No, go ahead.
I do take your point about Tim Miller and VFX because I agree with you. I think Deadpool does a really good job of the action sequences. Dark Fate was largely bland, but I do think the action sequences were solid in the film. And a lot of people may not remember that as a producer, he's behind the Sonic franchise, which I think has done a great job of using largely animated characters and still creating not just engaging story, which I think it has, but also engaging action and looking really good and never just feeling impractical despite what it is. And then, yeah, of course, the J.J. Abrams thing, and I'll use this to swerve into our larger topic for the rest of the episode, but what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going through, I pulled out a handful of films from each month of the year, and we're going to kind of talk about whatever interests you guys on these lists and sort of build a most anticipated list out of what we have, just based on what you guys are interested in and putting on there. I'd say probably, since I generally do about 20 films for my best and worst, we'll set it at about 20, but we'll see how many really interest us as we go. But since it wasn't on the rundown when I screenshotted everything initially, now that it's dated, it does beyond pique anyone's interest to at least keep it in the conversation when we come back around at the end of the episode.
No.
Now I have to check what that one was called.
The Great Beyond. Yeah, no. I do hope that in this movie, there is a moment where Glenn Powell has to take off his glasses to finally be seen as attractive. Because you know that that's a trope for women all the time, and I'm just hoping that they flip it.
That's great.
That'd be actually very funny.
That would be my reason to go see the movie.
Okay.
Glenn Powell, like, I've always been ugly, and then he takes off his glasses, and it's fucking Glenn Powell.
I think that trope is funny because, if anything, I think glasses make people look better a lot of the times.
Sometimes, yeah.
All
right, Aaron.
All right, so I'm getting a resounding meh on the J.J. Abrams film, so I'm going to say we're not going to write that down for the end of the episode. But prove us wrong, J.J., prove us wrong. With that said, though, we'll go ahead and jump into the list. And even though we are already about halfway through January, there really isn't a lot that's actually come out. So, like, screw it. If one of these winds up on the list, who cares?
You don't want to talk about Primate?
Options. Hey, I put that monkey on there at the bottom. Don't worry.
There you go.
So just some films from the month of January. And again, I did not ask these guys to prep. I did that for them. But if any of you guys do know of any films coming out in these individual months that aren't on here that you want to bring up, please feel free to throw it in there. But some options we have here, the horror film Iron Lung from director Markiplier. No, I'm not kidding. The YouTuber Markiplier has actually written and directed a film based on an indie horror game from 2022, and it is receiving an independently funded wide release on January 30th. We, of course, have the film hitting theaters this weekend. 28 weeks later, The Bone Temple which I think is going to do an incredible job of rehabbing Nia DaCosta's career following the Marvels, and good for her because that movie really did her dirty.
Please
This
go
one I
see
threw on
Hedda.
here.
Please go see
Yep,
Hedda.
it's still on
The
my
movie
list.
is
I haven't seen it.
great.
It's on my Plex. I'm gonna watch it.
Don't even
Gosh,
know.
it's so good.
Next up, so this is one I threw on only because I want to bring attention to it. This is also in theaters this weekend. There is an anime adaptation of the book All You Need Is Kill. If you don't know what All You Need Is Kill is, that's the book that Edge of Tomorrow was based on. There is actually a new animated version of that story. Interestingly, the creators behind the film, because the movie adaptation was an Americanized version of the story and thus different, the creators of the film decided to take the premise of the book and then create their own kind of story of it too. So it's not a like-for-like adaptation of the manga. It is an original story, but the critical reception so far has been excellent. I actually do literally have tickets to go see this weekend. I just haven't seen it yet, so I encourage people to support it if it's playing near you. Speaking of films, I also have a ticket to see because I got a free one. Mercy, starring Chris Pratt, is at the bottom there. The latest Screen Life film from Timur Bekmambetov, the mind behind last year's War of the Worlds. Sam Raimi's Send Help is there at the bottom. I put a Netflix film on here because it's January. We have The Rip from director Joe Carnahan, starring Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. Of course, that Ape Primate is at the bottom. And then we have The Moment, which is a mockumentary centered around the cultural success behind Charlie XCX's album Brat. This was filmed while she was touring the album. Not much more is known about it except the fact that it does come out later this month. There is a trailer online if you want to go find it. So I'll go around to you guys. Tyler, I'll start with you on this one. Is there any of these that actually intrigues you enough to throw on the potentials list? Or if not, just pick one you want to talk about before we move on.
I mean, there's a couple here that like I'm really excited to see. I really want to see The Bone Temple. I really loved 28 Years Later by Danny Boyle. I never saw 28 Weeks Later, just the original, and then 28 Years. So I'm just really excited to get into Bone Temple. I'm just gonna make time to go see it with my girlfriend. We have really bad schedules. And then The Moment, I really, really want to see because I love Brat. Like Charlie XCX is great, and it's like a parody documentary concert movie. So it's like not 100% serious. It's like satire. So I'm excited for that. And then I really love Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, so I'll watch that Netflix cop propaganda movie that
Hey, and listen, I've heard it's actually not that bad, which is great because I had heard before that it was apparently fucking awful. So I'll take not that bad compared to fucking awful.
Well,
So,
and they're awesome as producers because they made sure that their crew got back end deals for streaming numbers. They're like, if this streams X amount
yes.
of people, then our crew is going to get paid for it. Which is like, I'm glad that Matt and Ben, who are came up on the rise of the mid-tier budget movie, and they used to make huge amounts of monies in DVD sales and stuff like that. And I'm glad that they're still making like the film making like process. It's kind of like a working class job still. These people are like the gaffers and the people that do the audio and the lighting and stuff. So I'm just glad that people are still fighting for them, even though they could just take home bags of cash.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. For anyone who doesn't know, to expand on what Tyler was saying there, Matt Damon and Ben Affleck's production company, Artist Equity, which is not the catchiest production house name, but it is exactly what they do, is they're great about making sure that the people involved in the film on the small scale get better, fairer pay. And as you said, they negotiated back end on a streaming movie, which is incredibly difficult to do. I believe they also did something similar with Air when it hit a theatrical release. One of the reasons the film had a $90 million budget is because they actually paid all the stars of the movie outright so that any back end that was earned went to the crew, which I think is a really great thing to negotiate. And it just goes to show, I mean, look, obviously, goes without saying, especially three of us being Americans, there are a lot of things in the world that could use a lot of great attention right now. But helping where you can be good is sometimes enough. And these guys using their power in the film industry to help the little man still make money, I think, is a great move on their part. All right, so with that said, Madi, do any of the ones that Tyler named interest you as well, or is there anything else you want to throw on the potential pile here?
I mean, I'll probably watch The Rip. I'm not necessarily excited by any of these movies. I haven't seen any of the 28 insert time here later movies. All You Need Is Kill, I had only just heard about from you just now. So that's, something down the line. Iron Lung, I'm intrigued by. I don't think I'll go and see it right away, but my ex was a big Markiplier fan, and he is apparently quite passionate about the filmmaking process, and he's been doing research for this for the last however long. So I'm curious to see if it's got any semblance of being good in there. But none of these movies are really sticking out to me. Uh, to be honest, most of them look terrible. Like Primate looks terrible. Mercy looks like it was written by AI and then acted by AI as well. I'm not a Charlie XCX fan, so I don't think that would be for me. Send Help, it looks fine. Yeah, no, I don't really.
My favorite thing about this January is that we have not one but two films that are probably very inappropriately making a push for 3D. I shit you not, I got a free ticket to go see Mercy, and it's in fucking IMAX 3D. Why the fuck is the Screen Life movie in IMAX 3D?
I didn't know that was a Screen Life movie. Like I saw the trailer.
Well, yeah, because
I had no idea.
I think there's probably a little more outside footage than your average Screen Life film, but yeah, a large proportion of the film is Chris Pratt sitting in this chair with just all these things pulled up in front of him.
Which is exactly what you want to see on IMAX.
I'm pretty sure I saw Missing in IMAX, which is a Screen.
Hold on. This reference will only work for Tyler because he lives in Orlando. It's at the Point Orlando IMAX too, so it's the fucking big bitch that I'm sitting.
That's the biggest one in Central Florida.
It's like, fuck, why? I mean, it's free, so I'll go see it. But like, why?
Absolutely not. I need to be in a different altered state to be watching that.
Like, I don't pay for A-list, but whatever.
I'll say this about these movies. I was gonna go see 28 Years Later today, and then I remembered I was doing this show, so I canceled my A-list, and I'm gonna go see it tomorrow. So I'm excited for that. And honestly, no, that was on me because I agreed to the time we were gonna record, and I bought the ticket, and then I was like, "Oh shit, no, never mind." And I will say I'm actually kind of excited to blindly go into Send Help. I saw who it was. I saw a little bit of it. And I said, nope, I'm just gonna go watch it, see how this goes. So I'm a little excited for that.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, if anyone out there is like Rue on Send Help, there is a second trailer out there now that gives you a little more context to the story. So if you would rather go in completely blind, just don't watch that second trailer. It's literally 2 weeks from now. I'm sure you can avoid it.
I will say, there is one movie that is coming out in January that I found out about yesterday that I'm unreasonably excited for. It's the Jason Momoa, Dave Bautista team-up film.
Wrecking Crew.
I almost put
by director Angel Manuel Soto, who did Blue Beetle, who I interviewed. Blue Beetle, and
that's right.
It seems so good.
The trailer looks hilarious. It's not going to win any awards, but it looks so fun.
This is about.
And I don't know if any of you guys have watched the Apple show C, but they are so good in that together. In when Dave Bautista shows up as his character, the two of them are so good on screen together, and I can't wait to see them bring a different dynamic in this upcoming one. So it's not on the graphic, so apologies to the people at home, but that's the only January movie that I'm actually excited about.
Nice.
All right, so then with that said, we'll wrap it up because we've pretty much touched on every film here. So is there any of these films? We have the 8 films on screen. Again, for the people at home, Iron Lung, 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple, All You Need Is Kill, Mercy, Send Help, The Rip, Primate, which is obviously already in theaters, and The Moment. Are there any of these films that any of you three want to push to be on our collective list at the end? We don't have to rank them as we go. We can do that when we come back to it. But is there anything here, or if Mehdi wants to throw in his audible, is there anything that you guys want to actually see on the list at the end, or are we moving on to February?
Yeah, I would say 28 years later, because the last one ended up being in my top 10 of this past year. So I am, even though I'm going to go see it like tomorrow. Yeah, I'm super.
I wouldn't be mad at it. Like
Okay.
I'm not a
I'm
fan
not
of the
against
franchise,
it.
but again, if you guys are hype on it, then yeah, we should definitely put it on there.
I'm not against it at all.
Okay.
Again, I really like Nia DaCosta. I liked 28 Years Later. So
Yeah, I love Candyman, and I love the Marvels too. So
I thought it was okay.
All right. So 28 years
Singing.
later, that's the only one we're taking forward?
I would say so. Yeah.
yeah,
All
The
right,
moment's a
that's
bit
January
movie.
for you folks. All right, we'll move on to February. So these graphics all generally have about 8 films. I did throw a 9th one onto this graphic. Pilion is technically a 2025 film that ran in the festival circuit throughout the year, but it didn't receive a release, or it won't receive a release in America until February. I don't think it will receive a release basically around the world until February. I believe it was only really out in the UK where it was originally produced. So, but I've heard nothing but great things. Other films from the month that I pulled out as potential highlights, or, well, whatever The Strangers is going to be, we have off the back of the end of Stranger Things, Joe Keery has what I believe is technically his first real starring role in Cold Storage. No, has he starred in something? I'm stand corrected.
He was in this horror movie called Spree.
Oh, okay.
Joe,
I've
you said Joe
never heard
Keery,
of
right?
it. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Joe Keery, right?
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
he was also in the Hulu original
Free Guy.
called Marmalade.
Well,
Yeah, he's in-
him as the
He
lead.
wasn't
of
the
it.
lead, but he
sorry.
starred in Free Guy.
I wouldn't have called. Yeah. Starring. Fair enough. I like.
He is-
Free Guy. It just he's not.
He
Ryan,
starred
so
in
fair enough.
Marmalade, and
He did. Yeah, he did. Starred in
Yeah.
Marmalade.
yeah, that's a streaming
All
movie.
right. Well, I'm wrong, but Cold Storage still comes out in February. I am correct about that. This is from writer David Koepp, which is a 50-50 shot, but it seems like it's going for a Zombieland type feel. In addition to Joe Keery, it also stars Liam Neeson. We have Scream 7 there at the top. Kevin Williamson returns, not just as writer, but as director this time around, as Melissa Barrera and Jenna Ortega are moved out for the return of Neve Campbell. And this one is a hodgepodge of everything. We got so many returning people, including ones that conceivably shouldn't be returning, like David Arquette and Matthew Lillard and... Oh, fuck me. What's the Party of Five guy? From the third one. Who's the guy from the third one? The killer.
Oh, Roman?
Wait.
I don't know that guy's name.
Wait, I thought that
Sorry, dude.
was that not Timothy Oliphant? No, I guess it wasn't.
No.
whatever.
No,
Whatever.
Oliphant's
It's been
the
a long
second
time.
one.
Okay.
Sorry,
It's been a long time
guys.
since I've seen him, so.
His name's Roman.
He's also on the cast list for this film, and they announced that, so I can say it. It's not a spoiler.
A bunch of dead
But we also have some returning members from the recent films, including Mason Gooding and Jasmine Savoy Brown, and we have some new cast members, including Isabel May as Sydney's daughter, and for some reason, 2 members of the latest Ghostbuster films cast in McKenna Grace and Celeste O'Connor. Also, Anna Camp, the Pitch Perfect films, is in this. If you're a fan of the Boys universe, Asa German, I believe is his name, from Gen V, is in this. And any one of them could be the killer, and all of them are on the poster. Moving on, we have The Strangers Chapter 3, which is seemingly trying to bring artistic vision to The Strangers. Best of luck. Crime 101, a thriller starring Mark Ruffalo, Barry Keoghan, Chris Hemsworth, and Halle Berry. We have the animated Sony film Goat, starring Stranger Things' Caleb McLaughlin as a Steph Curry stand-in in an animated world of basketball players. Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die sees the cinematic return of director Gore Verbinski and stars Sam Rockwell as a time traveler sent to the past to try and stop what I believe is an AI takeover. How to Make a Killing is another Glenn Powell film. This one comes from the director of Emily the Criminal. I cannot remember that guy's name, unfortunately, but Emily the Criminal, this is his follow-up film starring Glenn Powell. And then we have Wuthering Heights, because they're continuing to use the quotes around it. For some reason, that's probably going to piss off whatever fans exist of the original classic novel. All I know is I've read enough of Wuthering Heights to tell you that it is not a romance book, but they are telling you that this is a Valentine's Day romance movie. With that said, I will go to Madi this time around to start. Which of these or anything else you may know that comes out in February is worth noting for you?
Honestly, there's only Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die that looks like it could be a fun time. Everything else, I'm just like, I will. So Sony Animation, they typically make good movies that are heartfelt and fun. Goat seems like it's going to be a miss based on the marketing and how they've been showing it. So I'm cautious about that one, but everything else just looks like it's ridiculous. Wuthering Heights is probably going to be the worst movie of all of these, which I feel like is saying something, because it just looks like it's not Wuthering Heights, and they just put that title on, not realizing what the book was about. But yeah, the only one I'm excited for of these is Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die, because that one actually looks like. I mean, I like the Pirates of the Caribbean movies as well, so having Gore Verbinski come back and having Sam Rockwell be insane Sam Rockwell again, it's going to be a win. So I'm in for that one.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Good Luck.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I was going to you next anyway, so go ahead.
I was going to say Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. Seems like it's going to be the standout of the month. I'm probably going to see 7 of these movies at least, just because I really liked Joe Keery in Marmalade and Spree. Like when he's in things that aren't Stranger Things, he's having a great time. Like when he's not Steve Harrington, you can just tell he's having a blast. And then with Pillion, I like Alexander Skarsgård a lot, and I don't know the actor's name that plays the
Harry
lead.
Melling.
Yes,
Harry
yeah,
Melling, who famously for people at home was Dudley Dursley.
Yes, so I'm excited for that. I like gay stuff, so I'm down for that. Stranger Things, or not Stranger Things. The Strangers. The Strangers. I don't even like the original Strangers with Liv Tyler. I cannot stand Liv Tyler. And then they made a sequel, which is good. I think is good because it doesn't have Liv Tyler in it. And then the remake they made, The Strangers Chapter 1, is so bad. Like it's even worse than the first one. I don't get it. And then I didn't care to check out the second one. So I'm not going to even see that. Crime 101, I didn't even know it existed before today. I like Mark Ruffalo, but he's just did so much. I'm an FBI director. I'm an FBI agent. I'm a cop. Like he's either green or he's got a badge. So it's like, if I want to watch something where he's a cop, I can watch 8 different things on HBO Max before I would have something.
Can I just say, I love that you pointed that out, because the incredible irony of that is, literally yesterday I watched Zodiac, where he's a fucking cop.
Oh my god,
great film.
Yeah, I love Zodiac, but yeah, like Mark, I mean, he's like, I just want to punch stuff and shoot people. Anyway, I like, the idea of Goat. It's somebody who I follow on TikTok has a story by credit, so he's been talking about this movie for years. Like the fact that I've been on TikTok that long is kind of embarrassing, and he's been talking about this movie in development. So I'm excited on behalf of that guy, but like it looks like a B tier kids movie. And then I do want to see How to Make a Killing. I like Glenn Powell. And then Wuthering Heights. I mean, I'm in the minority here. Everyone, since that trailer came out, everyone's been dogging it, but I love Saltburn. I really, really, really loved Saltburn. And I haven't read Wuthering Heights. I was never instructed to in school. I don't know what it's about. And I saw an interview with Emerald Fennell the other day, and they asked her, why is the title Wuthering Heights in quotes? Like, what's up with that? And her answer was basically like, "This book is impossible to like faithfully adapt. I don't like." She's like, "Whatever version I make of this isn't going to be actually Wuthering Heights." So that's why the quotation marks are there. So I don't know if that was like an afterthought based on the backlash from the trailer, or if that was her intention the entire time. But either way, Jacob Elordi's kind of hot, and Margot Robbie's hot, and I'm just gonna watch him be hot on screen for 2 hours with my girlfriend. So I'll see it. But anticipated for this year, only Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. I mean, Gore Verbinski rules. Sam Rockwell rules. So excited for that.
All right. Well, I'm also heavily on board with Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. So I'm going to put that tentatively as something we'll come back to. I also am, for what it's worth, really interested in Crime 101. I'm lit up here on my end just because I don't want to get any of the details wrong. So this film comes from writer-director Bart Layton, who is largely a documentarian, but his one cinematic film was a movie called American Animals. It was a crime thriller that came out back in 2018, and you may not have heard of it because it was one of the small handful of films that got distribution through MoviePass, right as they were going completely downhill as a company. But it's actually a really solid crime thriller that stars Evan Peters, Barry Keoghan, and Blake Jenner prior to him beating Melissa Benoist being made public. So with this one, it's seemingly him going for a similar tone, but with obviously a heightened cast. And in addition to the ones I named, Hemsworth, Ruffalo, Keoghan, and Barry, Monica Barbaro, Corey Hawkins, Jennifer Jason Leigh, Nick Nolte, Tate Donovan, and for all my Diary of a Wimpy Kid fans, Devin Bostick is also in this film. That's Roderick. So I think the cast is interesting, and I totally take the point that was made earlier about cast not being enough, and I do think that's completely fair. But the trailer for this one really worked for me. I think the tone that's being set with this is interesting. It almost feels like it's trying to go for that same heat feeling that Den of Thieves tried to go for, but I just think the caliber of talent involved here is overall better than Den of Thieves. And I say that as someone who actually likes both of those movies. I don't think there's anything wrong with either of those films, but this just feels like it's trying to go for the same thing, but even a little more elevated. And I really hope it lands because more than anything, Jesus, Chris Hemsworth needs something that's not in the MCU to land because my God, his hit rate is horrific for someone who's as big as he is.
You can say the same for Pratt.
That doesn't say the same.
Well, he has Mercy in January, so we'll circle back with the next one, shall we? Rue, I'll go to you next, man. Is there anything here that stands out to you?
If anybody follows Bite Size, Q, one of the writers, has been singing Pillion's praises all year. So I'm not going to say it's my most anticipated, but I'm very intrigued to see it. Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die, of course. I'm going to also throw in something new because I just saw the preview for it yesterday randomly on YouTube, and usually I hit skip, and then I saw what it was, and I was like, wait the fuck up, what is this? A swashbuckling adventure between Carl Urban and Priyanka Chopra. And if you actually know Priyanka Chopra, she fucking does action like crazy, and it was the bloodiest fucking trailer I've seen in a while. It's called The Bluff, and the preview looked fucking awesome, kind of. So, like, even if it's not on the list, just go look at the trailer and, like, watch the first minute and a half and be like, I don't think I need to watch anything else. This looks fucking sick. So I'm gonna throw that out there. But good luck, have fun, don't die. Is the one.
Are we
all three of
on
them,
board
like,
with Priyanka Chopra as an actress? Is that a?
I am on board with Priyanka Chopra as an action star because I liked Quantico a lot. And she was really good in Heads of State, and I liked Heads of State a lot last year. And I think she was very funny. And again, you watch the trailer, she looks pretty fucking badass in this. Like, I'm with you. I'm like, Priyanka Chopra, but again,
you said Carl Urban, I was like, oh, and then you said Priyanka Chopra, and I was like, oh.
Watch her watch what she does. What's the first thing she does in this trailer? And you're like, oh shit, okay. And I remembered Heads of State. She was running with Idris and John Cena pretty damn well in that action comedy. And again, I liked Quantico as a series. So
All right. I'll give the trailer a shot and then get back to you
yeah,
probably
you should.
10 minutes after the show is over.
Fair enough. All right. So, with that said, everyone got a chance to go, I believe. So, we'll go ahead and wrap this month up. So, I already have good luck, have fun, don't die written down. Is there anything else here on this collective? I guess we should, since I don't think anybody mentioned it, does anyone care about Scream 7, or has this franchise reached that point now where they're. Okay, go ahead, Tyler, throw it to me.
I forgot to speak about Scream 7. I mean, like, I didn't like Scream 6. I thought it was a huge wasted opportunity. And I think firing Melissa Barrera for speaking her mind is so wrong and ridiculous. And the fact that these same producers that fired her didn't want to pay Nev Campbell what she was worth for Scream 6. So now all of a sudden they have enough money to pay for Nev Campbell. I love Kevin Williamson's original script for the original Scream, but this feels like a hack job. And I hate that I want to see it because it's like I want to stand, with the protest. But it's like I love horror movies and I love Scream, so I'm gonna see it eventually. It's just the decision of whether or not I'm gonna see it in theaters and like actually support them that way.
Can I ask how many of the so there's 7 Scream movies. Of the 6 that have been out, how many of them would you say are good? I haven't seen any of them, by the way, so keep that in mind.
Honestly, like 5,
Really?
4 or
Okay.
5. Yeah. People don't like the
I would
fifth
even
one.
give. I was gonna say I would like, again, not a horror guy, but I like Scream. The 4 for me was I actually did like 5 and 6. I saw them on a plane and I were entertained because I hadn't seen them in a long time. I was like, finally, let me watch them. 4 is great and 1 is Scream. And then if you include 2 in there, 2 is also pretty good.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I don't like 3 is my least favorite.
I don't
would
think
say-
of horror franchises as things that go like, oh, you have one really good one, which is the original, and then they do that
It's not bad.
thing where they just do whatever they want in the sequels, and then somehow Freddy Krueger's a comedian.
Well, that's what I like about Scream because it's always been satire at the end of the day. So they've always been self-aware. So when they do the he's back, in the way that this franchise is set up is that it's always a different killer. It's not always Freddy Krueger, but he's always wearing the mask. So it doesn't really get boring and repetitive. I will say,
so it's not like Halloween where Michael Myers is still walking down the same street.
No.
Okay.
I do love the feature from horror franchises where there's just 15 of them and it's like there's 3 that are good because I love binging them all. But yeah, Scream actually has a decent amount of good movies.
Scream is one of the few horror franchises where I've actually seen every film because I like them enough to keep going.
Yeah.
Are there some that are weaker than others? Yes, but if I had to simply grade like Rotten Tomato style, like pass fail, I would give them all at the very least a pass. Like I don't think any one of them is so like obviously bad that it's like 3 to me is the worst. I actually do like both the Radio Silence films. That's why I'm not really excited for this one because I understand that it was if you're so I only saw the Scream films in the last couple of years. I didn't grow up with them. So I like that there was a bit of a different creative direction because at least for me, one of the weaknesses of 3 is it did feel like by the time we got there, it was maybe just becoming a little repetitive and a little derivative. That said, Wes Craven having Scream 4 be his final film is absolutely a great way to bow out. It's a really fun one. But I like what Radio Silence was doing. And then when they stepped away before the Melissa Barrera stuff happened and Chris Landon came on board, I really like that choice because I think he has a great melding as a director of comedy and horror. So I thought that was an interesting pick to sort of bring into a meta franchise like this. And then, I don't agree with firing Melissa Barrera for the reasons they let her go for. I understand why, very publicly it's known that both Jenna Ortega and the director, Chris Landon, walked away from the film because of Melissa Barrera's termination. I think that that's completely fair on their parts as well. I'm not opposed to bringing Sydney back as the lead of these films, but as someone who doesn't have a lifelong attachment to the franchise, I felt like we had already moved in a new direction. So doing so is the desperate play that it is to me. And I do like some of the actors they've got in this film. I think it has potential. I don't know about Kevin Williamson being a director because I don't think he really has a track record at all. But I like the direction of 6, and I like that cast that they had left alive at the end of 6. I even liked what was the dude that was on Arrow that was in it? So Josh Segarra. Like I even liked him in that movie. As like the love interest for Melissa Barrera. And so I think the fact that they scrubbed so much
everything. Honestly, that he's just a cool fucking dude.
So the fact that they scrubbed so much of it and they're like trying to start over again, I just don't know if I care enough, but I will see it eventually. So before we move on, then, is there anything else anyone else wants to fight for besides good luck, have fun, don't die? I would vouch for Crime 101, but if collective group we're not interested enough, that's cool with me.
I'm gonna see.
I'll probably book an A-list ticket to see it and then cancel it like 2 hours before because I don't feel like leaving my house.
I'll see it on a plane.
All right, then I will leave it off. With that said, let's move on. Also, because I never talked about it. I don't know if I think Wuthering Heights looks good, but I certainly am interested in seeing it. I didn't love Saltburn. I liked it, but I think it kind of lost itself a little bit. I did love Promising Young Woman, though. So I do have a lot of faith in Emerald Fennell, the director. And so I've never read the full book, but I've read excerpts of it, and it's definitely not a love story. So I'm like, what is the angle she's taking with this? That this is how they're marketing it. Speaking of something that it probably shouldn't be a love story, but it is, we'll move into March with The Bride being the first big thing that comes out in that month. Other films that I listed here, we have Project Hail Mary, Hoppers, which is the latest from Pixar, Reminders of Him, which is the latest Colleen Hoover book adaptation following Regretting You and the Blake Lively one from last year that I don't remember. Give me one sec because I honestly can't read that graphic, so I have to look up that other movie at the bottom.
It's like that picture of Kendrick, or something like that.
Yeah, it is.
They will kill you.
Yeah, they will.
They will kill you. They Will Kill You is there at the bottom. The picture of Kendrick Lamar is representative of the fact that Paramount do still have Whitney Springs on the docket to come out at the end of March, although we will see, considering there's still no marketing or details for that film. Ready or Not, Here I Come, Here They Come, I don't remember the exact wording, is the sequel. Speaking of Radio Silence, is the sequel to their film Ready or Not. And then the film that we're probably not going to talk about at all is The Breadwinner from writer Nate Bargatze. Look, I think Nate's a funny stand-up, but I don't know why he's doing a family comedy that would have come out 15 years ago as a film. I mean, look, if it's good, all credit, but I don't care.
Sorry, Aaron,
if it's good.
The Kendrick Lamar one, which one is that one?
So this one is called Whitney Springs. It's from Kendrick Lamar and the South Park guys. And
okay.
I'm gonna turn. I was gonna turn it to Root first. Let me look up the premise of it so I don't give it to you wrong, because they have put out an official premise for the film. So Root, which of these stands out to you as something worth noting?
So I'm gonna be weird here just because I love Pixar, so I would love to have any original Pixar film go on. I'm accepting of that, and the previews for Hoppers look great. Same thing with, not same thing, but like The Bride I've only heard about, but again, it looks like I'm probably going to that blind. My weirdest thing is I've heard nothing but like people going crazy for Project Hail Mary, and I have no idea what it is. I have no idea whatever the book is. So I plan on going into that blind as all shit. I don't want to know anything about it. So I can't put this on my list if I don't know anything about it. But again, wouldn't be surprised if we have it. What I want to do is I want to meld They Will Kill You and Ready or Not, Here I Come as one double feature that I am just like, after seeing They Will Kill You trailer, as just one fucking entity. Because I think they come out on the same weekend, and that is a perfect...
They are the same weekend.
They actually?
Yeah,
They
so
are.
it is. When I saw that and somebody told me it's coming out at the same time as Ready or Not, I'm like, that is legit. One fucking back to back. Leave one, go to the other, have a good fucking time, watch women fuck shit up. I'm melding that together into one fucking experience.
Yeah, so I have a couple of films pulled up here. So the first one that I have pulled up is They Will Kill You. A woman answers a help wanted ad to be a housekeeper in a mysterious New York City high-rise, not realizing she is entering a community that has seen a number of disappearances over the years. The film stars Zazie Beetz. Oh my god, I'm going to mispronounce this poor woman's name, but Myala? How do you?
Mahalia?
Mila? I don't know how you. Malia? I don't know how you say it.
Myhala. Mahalia.
Mahalia, thank you. But she's from the show Industry of the film Bodies, Bodies, Bodies. It also stars Harry Potter's Tom Felton, Heather Graham, and Patricia Arquette. When I saw these were coming out the same weekend, I thought this is either brilliant on Warner Brothers' part to do this, or this is like suicide. Because these are, I mean,
It's
this
the same
feels...
film.
This feels like a film Radio Silence would make in the best way possible, because I like those guys in the best way possible. But yeah, it's such an interesting choice. Also, for what it's worth, Ready or Not, I think it looks really fun. Not a film I would have ever needed a sequel to, but if they wanted to do it, go for it.
Honestly, it's going to be one theater is going to be all filled with black people, and one theater is going to be all filled with white people. And then we're just going to switch seats.
I'm going to be in both. Just high five on the way across.
Yeah, like, how was it? Good? Awesome. Have fun.
Next one to go. Let's go.
This is going to solve racism, guys. This is it. This is how we do it.
The
and
new
then
Barbenheimer.
Speaking of...
Exactly.
And then, speaking of, I pulled up the premise for Whitney Springs because, again, I think this premise is brilliant. But it's the description they put out is the film depicts past and present coming to a head when a young black man who is interning as a slave reenactor at a living history museum discovers that his white girlfriend's ancestors once owned his. That is...
Yo.
And when you take into account Kendrick, when you take into account the South Park guys being involved, like that, I want to put that on the list. I'm not even sure it's going to come out this year. I think it might have been on my 2025 list.
Yeah,
I want to put it on there just because, like, God, I need this to be good.
It kind of sounds brilliant. But I'm very hit and miss on Matt Stone and Trey Parker sometimes. So, like, I'm either going to really, really fucking enjoy it, or I'm going to be like, this is for other people and not me.
That's fair.
That's fair. Has anyone not gotten to go yet? Because I don't remember who jumped in.
I think we started with Root and then...
Root? All right, so then... all right, that's fine. So then, Tyler, I'll go up to you. Is there any you wanted to shout out?
I'm intrigued by Hoppers. Pixar has just kind of become like a money printing machine for sequels. So I'm excited they're doing something original, and I think it is going to be a hit, mostly because it's about animals, and I think animated Disney films about animals do really well, and it just looks like a fun original concept. Project Hail Mary is, from what I've heard, my girlfriend's read the book, and it's like phenomenal, and she doesn't want to tell me anything about it because she's like, you should read the book first. And honestly, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I, for Rue, because I know okay, he took his headphones off. I was gonna say, could I just name the film?
I can hear it. They died, so I should.
Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna say, can I? If you don't even know this information, the author who wrote the book Project Hail Mary wrote another book that was adapted into a successful feature film. Can I at least name that movie for you if you have an idea?
That's fine.
So, The Martian.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. I knew about that already. So
yeah,
okay,
Andy
cool.
Weir. Yeah.
So, and I'll go back over to you, Tyler. But I'm going to vouch for this to be on the list. I totally get Rue's personal reasonings, but I have seen the trailers for it. I think it looks excellent. I personally don't think it gives too much away, but it gives just enough that if you want to go in blind, stay blind, because I think that'll almost get you more when you're in the theater, because it does go further than just the basic premise.
Have you read the book?
I have not read the full book itself. I have a friend who has it, and so he gave it to me to start it. And I just decided I'm going to buy the book and read it myself because I'm trying to get back into reading, and I liked what I read so far. But like stuff that they show in the trailers, what I'll say is it feels like it's giving away something, but it happens earlier than you would think. So that's why I say it's not really a spoiler, but I won't say anything more just in case. That said, I would vouch for it to be on the list because it looks incredible. And as someone who has been a very vocal supporter of Lord and Miller for a long time, I'm very excited to finally see them get to do not just a live action film again, but a sci-fi film. Like really go into a lot of the things they might have explored in Solo had that been their full vision, but obviously we know it wasn't. So
Yeah.
that one really intrigues me. Tyler, I'll go back to you to continue.
Well, I think with Project Hail Mary, I like Lord and Miller. Like, I think they're great directors. But from what my girlfriend has said, they are giving away a lot in the preview, and I wish they were a little bit more cryptic because I would have seen the preview then. Because every time it comes on in the theater, I'm like literally covering my eyes. I'm like, I don't want to see what's happening. So, and I also don't love the casting. Like, I like Ryan Gosling, but it's like less Hail Mary and more like Project How Much Filler Can I Fit Into My Face before I do my next project. Like, it's distracting. He doesn't look like a scientist. He doesn't seem like someone that would be a scientist. I haven't read the book though, so I'm not really one to judge. But I just didn't like what's that movie he did with Emily Blunt?
The Fall Guy.
Fall Guy. I was gonna say Free Guy. Yeah, did not like Fall Guy whatsoever. Like I thought that movie was just so hard to get through. And I'm kind of over Ryan Gosling right now. So I'm sure it'll be a good movie. I'm just not anticipating it, I guess. But the source material is promising, so I'll definitely still see the movie. I think the biggest highlight for me on here are the horror adjacent movies like The Bride. I mean, I'm a huge horror guy. So, Christian Bale and Jessie Buckley especially, because she was great in Hamnet. So I'm really excited to see her in The Bride. And it's directed by Maggie Gyllenhaal. So, and I'm excited to see, what she's going to do with that. And then I think the other ones that I'm really excited for is the They Will Kill You. It's like I saw the trailer I was like scrolling through TikTok and it got pushed to me as an ad. And I watched like 10 seconds of the teaser and I was like, "Oh, I need to go watch this on YouTube." Like this looks important enough to actually watch like on a big screen. And I was like sold immediately on. I love Zazie Beetz. Like she's the highlight of Deadpool 2 for me. She's amazing at Atlanta. So I'm excited for that. And there's a lot of people just calling it a Ready or Not ripoff. I don't care. Like the majority of movies are ripoffs of other movies. Like all great movies are. So when people make those comparisons, I'm like, who cares? Well, it's like more of good. That's all I see. And I didn't really like Ready or Not all that much when it came out. So I wasn't really anticipating Ready or Not 2. I like Catherine Newton way more than I like Samara Weaving. So, I'll see it. And then the Kendrick Lamar project is just, it's interesting. I also don't think it's going to come out this year. It's been in development to hell. Like, I sort pre-COVID, like I still worked in the office when this movie got announced, and now I work remote. So, we'll see if it ever sees the light of day.
It is more concrete only because it has actually been shot, but
it did.
It is still
in October.
Yeah, it is still very much something that's in the wind. So I know, Madi, you're still up, so I'll turn it to you next. The vibe I'm getting is that collectively, and I'll even put them on as a double bill if you want. They Will Kill You, Ready or Not 2 is something that should come back up at the end of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
I personally really enjoyed Ready or Not, the first one, which I was surprised by because I was like, all right, well, hide and go seek game. Let's see what they do here. But no, it was a lot of fun for me. And then again, they Will Kill You seems right up that same alley. So I'll book a day off of work and do a double feature, I guess. Honestly, this month is different from all the other ones. Whereas the other ones I've maybe had one thing that I was excited for. This month seems to have things that I'm only excited for, except for the Breadwinner and reminders of him. All of the rest of these projects I am anticipating in some way, shape, or form. The Bride looks like it'll be a lot of fun. I'm excited to see Jessie Buckley. And I'm not going to watch Hamnet. It's just not my kind of movie. But I've been hearing that she's walking away with the Oscar easy. So I am excited to see what she does next. Project Hail Mary looks like it'll be interesting. I do like Ryan Gosling a lot, unlike the guy above me right now.
I like him.
Hoppers looks like a fun Disney Pixar film, which, again, we haven't had a kids movie that we've talked about other than Goat. So, it'll be nice to have something fun to take the kids to see. The Kendrick movie, sure, if it comes out, I'm excited. The only other one that's not on the list, and I'm sure we're not going to put it forward because it's only very specific people who will want it, is the Peaky Blinders movie is also coming out in March. And I love that show.
I had considered that over The Breadwinner.
It's so... I don't know if you guys have watched the show. Rue, you would love it. Honestly. Like, it's a show. But it's up your alley, dude. And it's so well done, and I can't wait to see what they do with this movie. But yeah, honestly, any of these except for The Breadwinner and reminders of him, if they get pushed forward, I'll be happy.
All right, so why don't we do this then? So right now I put They Will Kill You, Ready or Not up there. Why don't we take it to a vote for the rest of them? Since everyone's discussed various films positively, I just want to see. So again, obviously, we can pare this down later. We can rank them later. This is just pure instinct. Is this something that should go on a list of 10 or 20 of these to be anticipated for? So what about Hoppers? Does anyone here want to put support forth for Hoppers?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. We'll put that on there. What about The Bride?
Yeah.
Bride? Okay. All right. I'll take that as a large, because I also am, I didn't talk about it, but the only reservation for me is actually, which is funny because I think the film was really, really well received. I wasn't a fan of Maggie Gyllenhaal's first directorial effort. I don't know what it was. It just didn't click with me. But I mean, it was I believe it was literally Academy Award nominated, I believe, right? Like it got acting nominations.
So, if I remember.
It was The Lost Daughter on Netflix for anyone who doesn't know.
Yeah.
So only because I didn't like the film, there's a little bit of a holdback for me. But I think the best thing I've seen is I've seen more than one person say this looks like the film Warner Brothers thought they were getting with Joker 2, and that just feels accurate. So I'm with it. Project Hail Mary is the one that I would strongly vouch for. Does anyone else vouch excitement for that? Or are we okay?
Yeah.
And then the question at the bottom is Whitney Springs. So the fact that it is suspect to even make its release date just based on marketing and how Paramount are operating, is it worth still putting in contention, or do we want to leave it off?
I was going to leave it off.
I would. It's like if we have 20 movies and it's number 21, I wouldn't be upset.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll leave it on there for now, and then we can pair it off if it comes to it later. And with that, we will move into the month of April, as it loads up on the screen here. This one did not have nearly as much, so this might be quicker. I can't even see what the top film is because it's blocked by my thing.
I forgot. It's like that wedding movie.
The drama. It's the drama. Okay, so the drama starring Zendaya and Robert Pattinson. We have A Great Awakening, which I'm pretty sure is a Christian film about the religious Great Awakening in America. Omaha I threw on there because I actually got to see that through Sundance last year. It's finally hitting theaters in April. It's a movie that I would really, really recommend as a small family drama starring John Magaro, who a lot of people will remember from either the part or as the white guy in Past Lives. Then we have, oh God, I put a woman's face and I don't remember who that woman is. Charlize Theron. Yes.
Oh, the one where she's getting hunted by
Apex.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, Apex is what that film is called. So Apex, that's a Netflix film, I believe, but it does come out this month or in April. Lee Cronin's The Mummy. We have the Super Mario Galaxy film. Of course, Antoine Fuqua's Michael. And then again, we were really short on options in the month of April. So You, Me, and Tuscany is a rom-com that's actually going to theaters, and it stars Bridgerton's Rajan Page and The Little Mermaid's Halle Bailey. So and I believe it's from Kat Coiro, who was behind She-Hulk, and she also did Marry Me. Is that the one with Owen Wilson and Jennifer
Yes,
Lopez?
it is.
Fuck yeah, Memory for the win. Yeah, she also did that film. So this one's going, yeah, I mean, around common theaters. It's worth noting, right? Rue, I'll go back, or no, Tyler, I'll start with you because I think I started with Rue last time. Do any of these stand out to you as worth noting?
They're making a movie about Benjamin Franklin? Like, that's my first reaction.
Yes.
Nice.
But it's one of those Sight
Yeah.
and Sound productions.
Yes.
Oh, so yeah, never mind. Definitely not seeing that. I'm intrigued mostly here by the drama. I like Rob Pattinson a lot. I like Zendaya. Everything else here, I like Lee Cronin. I like what he did with Evil Dead Rise. That's him, right? But
Yes.
the trailer for The Mummy looks not promising. I wasn't a big fan of the Super Mario movie in the first place. This one has Rosalina, who is my main in Mario Kart, so I'm excited to see Rosalina. But the stories of these movies don't seem to be very rich. I love Illumination's like actual animation. It's gorgeous. Like Illumination always looks amazing, but that's not really the only thing I'm going for. So, but you know, Michael Jackson movie also kind of iffy on. I heard that the the Jacksons didn't want them to touch on any of the negative aspects in his life. So you know, I don't know what we're really going to be exploring beyond his stardom. If it's just going to be a watered down music biopic like Bohemian Rhapsody, and that's what I expect it to be like. I don't expect it to be very um, like deep in any kind of way. So, I mean, it looks interesting. I love the music. Jafar Jackson looks great in it. But yeah, this month isn't really a standout for me here. I think there's one that's not on this list that I'm probably the most excited for.
Okay.
It's a David Lowery movie. I think it's
I'll look it up.
called Mother Mary. And David Lowery, he did the Green Knight, I think, for
Yes.
A24. I think he also did Pete's Dragon with the Disney remake, and Pete's Dragon was my
Yeah,
favorite
so
kid as a movie. So when
I've
I
got
saw
it
the
pulled up
remake, I
here.
loved it.
Yeah, so David Lowery, most famous as an indie director. Some of his films include Anthem Body Saint, Pete's Dragon, A Ghost Story, and Robert Redford's final film, The Old Man and the Gun. Yeah, Mother Mary, I did. Okay, so this one is April 24th, 2026, being released by A24. The film follows a psychosexual affair between pop singer Mary, played by Anne Hathaway, and her fashion designer, played by Black Panther Wakanda Forever's Michaela Coel, after the former's need for a dress for her new tour draws them back together. The film also stars Euphoria's Hunter Schafer as the third credited person there.
Those are three pretty damn great actresses.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
Yeah,
I remember seeing the trailer for this, and I thought it looked okay. Can we talk about something real quick, completely separate? What is with this like new thing? Because obviously there is literally a Charlie XCX film. Wuthering Heights is Charlie XCX music. This movie also has a soundtrack. It's Charlie XCX and Jack Antonoff. Why are there so many movies that are shooting for this exact? We're having Charlie XCX make this like pulse pounding music vibe this year. It's an interesting thing that I've noticed that's happening. Because this isn't the
Brat
last
was
one.
that
There's
good. Brat was that good.
Maybe it's what America needs.
maybe. All right, I've
Something a little
jotted down
messy and
Mother
sexy
Mary.
and
Also, to give some more details about some of the other films I looked up. So the drama, which was referenced by Tyler there, that is from director Christopher Borgley, who did Dream Scenario a couple of years ago. And this is being described as a romantic comedy drama, but from A24, who knows what the fuck that actually means. It is days before their wedding. A couple's relationship is shaken when one partner discovers unsettling truths about the other. The film stars Zendaya and Robert Pattinson and also features Mamadou Athie and Alana Haim. And then this has nothing to do with April, but I looked this up and I never said it. With Hoppers, one of the reasons that I'm excited for that film is because it's actually a Pixar film that's using outside talent, which I think they could use right now. The director of Hoppers is Daniel Chong, who was behind the Cartoon Network series We Bare Bears, which I never saw fully, but I've only heard really interesting things about. And Cartoon Network certainly have a lot of weird, creative animated shows. Obviously, the most famous being Rick and Morty, but there's a lot more there that they developed over the years. And the writer of the film, Jesse Andrews, wrote Me and Earl and the Dying Girl, which I think is a really that's an interesting collaboration for that film. Again, nothing to do here, but that's just how interesting the month of April is. Madi, any of these films stand out to you, or do you want to move on?
Is this The Mummy with Brendan Fraser and Rachel Weisz coming back, or is this a different one?
Different.
It's a technically remake of the original 30s film, but I don't think it's going to be a remake. Really, I think it's using the IP.
Okay, yeah, I figured I'd ask. The drama confuses me because I'm not entirely sure I can see a romantic comedy drama with those two. Like, Zendaya can be funny, sure. I don't think I've ever thought of Robert Pattinson as a comedic actor or necessarily capable of comedy, because I'm not. I don't know. Maybe it's just not what I've seen of him, but from the Twilight movies, from Batman, and from Red Rover, he doesn't seem like he's got much of a funny bone in him.
Watch Mickey 17.
He was pretty good at Mickey 17. He
He's
actually
really
was
funny in that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
All right, I'll. That one wasn't. I was hoping to watch it this year and then just schedule. The only one I'm intrigued by is the Michael movie, and that's just because I mean, I feel like a lot of people our age, like we grew up listening to Michael Jackson, and then, you know, you didn't know about the bad stuff until you got older, and you're like, oh well, shit. But yeah, I'm intrigued about what is in the movie. I'm hoping it's not just a, you know, like cookie cutter music biopic. I'm hoping that they actually do go into the stuff and address it. But you know, that's the only one that's really drawing my attention. And then the one that you just mentioned, the David Lowery film, seems intriguing, but I want to know more.
All right, and then before I turn it over to Rue, I looked up one more because I had mentioned I forgot the name of it when I just put Charlize Theron's face. The film is Apex. So it's from it is a Netflix film. It comes out in April on Netflix, but it's from director Baltasar Karamakor, who did the Idris Elba film Beast a couple of years ago, where Idris Elba fought the lion. And in this case, Idris Elba is being played by Charlize Theron, and the lion is being played by Taron Egerton. I think it's a similar like mano a mano in the wild, but yeah, it's Taron Egerton versus Charlize Theron. But I Beast was actually surprisingly solid, so who knows? Maybe it'll be good. Rue, down to you, sir. Which of these is standing out to you?
So I am just wondering whether or not the drama is some kind of combination of Malcolm and Marie and Die My Love, because it's basically the two of them doing the same shit, and those two movies coming together. I don't fucking know. So it could be really, really cool, and it could be really, really stressful. It's Michael for me. It actually has been Michael. It's one of my most anticipated. One, I will say the string of music biopics in recent years have just not been great. They've all been okay to mediocre to not good at all. And I'm hoping it, again, same sentiments as the two gentlemen over there. But Antoine Fuqua has not let me down. Jafar Jackson does look really good in this. And I'll tell you, when I watched you got Coleman Domingo, and again, another name. Yeah. I'm watching anything he's in. And Nia Long coming back. I would love to see their dynamic together. But when I saw the trailer, bad stuff aside, though, that I do hope they actually go into, the conversation between him and the dude from Insecure that's playing Quincy Jones, it low-key gave me chills.
Yeah.
And I was just like, yeah, I'm ready for this movie. I want to see it. So Michael's been on my list.
Also, Antoine Fuqua has never let you down?
Not that I can think of. No. Like I've been trying to think about it, and I cannot think of a movie that stands out in my head that let me down from Antoine.
What was the one that he did with Mark Wahlberg and Chiwetel Ejiofor?
See, I don't even know what that movie is, so I haven't seen it.
Shooter?
Oh, Shooter was not great either. Yeah, that's
Southpaw, Magnificent
Southpaw
Seven.
was fine, but Creed came out like a week later, so everyone was like, "Who cares?"
I also didn't mind Southpaw. So
yeah, it was fine.
Infinite. That's the one you're
That's
thinking
the
of.
one.
Didn't see it. So
I like how.
Okay, so
conveniently
Antoine Fuqua has never let him down because he's avoided any film where Antoine Fuqua could let him down. And you know what? I love the mentality. I love it. I love
It's a
it.
good way to live your life.
I did see Infinite. That movie escaped my brain. Never fucking mind. He still hasn't let me down because out of here. That was COVID times.
It doesn't count.
The world let us down during those years.
Yeah.
Exactly.
My hope for Michael with this is I do like Antoine Fuqua. I also like the writer behind the film, John Logan, who has a really diverse filmography, but just to name some of the better ones, because obviously everyone's going to have a mixed filmography, but he wrote Gladiator, he wrote The Aviator, he wrote Hugo, he wrote Skyfall. Those are just probably some of the highlights of his career. He's a really diverse writer. He can do a lot of different things. And he's never written a film like this, like a biopic like this. And I think that that's a good thing because it means there isn't a formula for him to fall back into as a writer. This isn't his bread and butter. This is a guy who does a lot of different things, doing something different. And when he does hit, I think that he hits fully. The other reason that I have hope in this movie is because, as has kind of been made famous now, they had to go back and do extensive reshooting on this film because originally the film used a framing device that was one of these court cases. Unfortunately, the court case they used as a framing device couldn't be used in the film because when it happened back in the 90s, one of the things the family signed in as a part of the settlement was that they couldn't be used for film or television portrayals. This court case, and this was a part of the premise of the film, the family's estate lawyer, John Branca, who is a producer on the film, he's played by Miles Teller in the movie, he was actually famously fired right before this court case because of how he was handling it. And so he was not involved in the signing of these documents. So the people that should have done their job in knowing that this couldn't be in the movie did not do their job. And it's the one thing he wasn't there for. So he actually didn't know that they couldn't use it, which sounds incompetent on all levels because it is. But it gives me hope because it means they were willing to even go there. Like, the fact that think about it, right? This guy is directly producing the film, and he's been the Jackson's family lawyer for basically their entire career. He absolutely could have cut this from the movie and portrayed himself in the best light, in addition to portraying Michael in the best light, and it was included, obviously to the detriment of the film eventually, but still, it gives me some hope that maybe there will be something a little deeper into this. So we'll go ahead, and then I do want to shout out again Omaha. It's a really, really sad little family story. It was from Sundance last year. The basic gist of it is John Magaro plays a father of a couple of young children, and it's set during the financial crisis in 2008, and they're dealing with homelessness, but the kids aren't fully aware of what's happening, and so it's about him as a father making an incredibly difficult choice to try and give his family the best life during one of the worst periods financially for families in America. And it's really emotional. It's really sad. And I hope people do go see it and support it, because even though I don't, it's never going to make it past the Indie Spirit Awards wise, but it is really, really good. It was one of the best films I saw at Sundance last year. So I'm glad it finally has a release, and hopefully in a window, as we're seeing here, pretty barren month overall, hopefully it can get some traction. All right, so with that said, we'll go ahead and move on to May, but I had 3 films here that I jotted down that seem to have interest in, which is the drama Mother Mary or Michael. Do any of you guys want any of these to make the contention list for the end?
Michael for me.
Yeah, I would say of any of them, Michael would be the one, but David Lowery film would be another option as well.
Okay.
I'll find that.
I mean, I can hang on to all three of them if there's interest there, because there's only three of them. And
Yeah,
again, we can
we
cut
can just
later.
say Michael.
That's
I'm
fine.
not that excited for the drama in Mother Mary. I just wanted to call
Same.
him out.
Yeah, I don't think I'm excited for the drama at all.
Okay, so do you want to cut the drama? Do you want to keep Mother Mary since it was brought up, or because Medee seemed interested, he didn't even bring it up.
I mean, just the cast alone and the director. Is
I
What do you
do
think?
love
Do-
the Green
it's
Knight.
not.
All right, so I'll hang on to it for now, and then we can cut it later if you guys want.
Sure.
We'll move on to the month of May as I pull this up, and I already have to look up. So I do remember what the film is at the top. That film is God Is. I have to look it up to actually give you details about it. But other films in the month of May, we have The Mandalorian and Grogu. We have Mortal Kombat, which got pulled out of last year and moved into this year. We have Andy Serkis's Animal Farm adaptation. Yeah, okay. We have The Devil Wears Prada 2. We have Poetic License, which is surprisingly getting a wide release. This is the directorial debut of Maude Apatow of Euphoria and Judd Apatow fame. We have, I believe the film is called Obsession at the bottom there. It's a little indie horror film from new director Curry Barker, which looks, honestly, that trailer is one of the most gripping trailers I've seen in a while. And then we have The Sheep Detectives, which is an animation live-action hybrid about anthropomorphic sheeps that attempt to investigate the death of their farmer, played by Hugh Jackman, if I'm remembering the trailer correctly. So I'll go ahead and start with Medee this time. Which of these stands out to you, if any?
There's only two movies, and one of
Okay.
them, for some reason, is climbing up my most anticipated of the year. Mandalorian and Grogu, which just because it's Star Wars and I'm excited about seeing how they go about this. And the other movie is The Sheep Detectives. This movie looks so fun. It looks ridiculous. It looks stupid. But I feel like I'm going to sit down, watch this movie, and have a big smile on my face the entire time. And so that's why I'm excited for it. Like, just the premise as you were reading it, I couldn't help myself but smile. I was like, a bunch of sheep investigate the murder of Hugh Jackman. Like, I don't think I could have written a better premise at any time in my life. Like, it just sounds hilarious, and I want to see it. Mortal Kombat, I'm not excited for because I didn't really like the first one that they did. Animal Farm looks like a movie. Devil Wears Prada, I don't think will be for me. Poetic License, I know nothing about. And then Obsession, I also know nothing about. What was the top left corner one?
Yeah, so that film... Yeah, so that one's coming from Amazon. It's called Is God Is. It is a thriller written and directed by filmmaker Alicia Harris in her debut. It's actually based on a stage play that she herself also did. Twin sisters with disfiguring burn scars are ordered by their bedridden mother to kill their abusive father who caused their scars. They must decide whether to seek vengeance or find mercy. And the film stars young actresses Cara Young and Mallory Johnson as the two sisters. Sterling K. Brown, Vivica A. Fox, Janelle Monáe, and McKelty Williamson are also in the film.
Well, I like the cast. The rest of it seems like a lot.
Tyler Perry-esque.
Yeah, like it's it's very Tyler Perry-esque, and I'm not going to be putting Tyler Perry on my most anticipated of the year list. I'm sorry.
But
Fair
it's
enough.
a brand new person, so it might not be that. It might be a good version. I don't know.
Listen, on the hope that it isn't that, great. I'll be happily surprised. But it seems like she went to his school and just copied and pasted one of his movies and just didn't put him in it. Like, I don't know. The only ones, yeah, again, Mandalorian and Grogu and The Sheep Detectives. Those are the only ones this month I'm excited for.
Fair enough. To give the people at home a little bit of background on some of those, so The Sheep Detectives, it is Hugh Jackman, who is mysteriously found dead, and three sheeps, voiced by Julia Louis-Dreyfus, Bryan Cranston, and Chris O'Dowd, have to be the ones to try and step in and find
Just
him.
take my money.
The film does have a larger ensemble cast. It's a mix of live action and animation. The live action actors include Emma Thompson, Nicholas Braun, Nicholas Galatzine, Molly Gordon, and Academy Award nominee Hong Chow. The voice actors in the film also include Regina Hall, Bella Ramsey, Ted Lasso's Brett Goldstein, and Sir Patrick Stewart. The film is written by...
Oh my
This movie,
gosh.
It
I
gets
will-
weirder, guys. The
I will
film is
be so
written
happy if this
by
comes
The
back to
Last
the
of
film
Us
movie.
writer-producer Craig Mazin and is directed by Kyle Balda, who is previously an animation director who worked for Illumination. So,
This is genuinely one of my
He
most.
did one of the Despicable Me's, I think. I think he did one of the Despicable Me's.
he did 3 of them or something like that. He's done a couple for them. He also did the Lorax, which I don't. That one's fine. No, so I'm gonna frame a film going to you next, Rue, because I believe we had a discussion about a particular film last year, and that film is Sketch. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So Sketch was a really, really, I mean, it's in my top 10 for this year, I believe still. It's a really, really great kids film it was produced independently. It played at festivals, but it was just struggling to find distribution because it was so low budget that I think people sort of wondered if it could succeed. And unfortunately, or fortunately in a lot of cases, it found distribution by way of Angel Studios, which for people who don't know, Angel Studios is a production company, makes strictly religious-based content, but they actually do pick up and distribute films, and the way that works is they basically give their supporters, through their website, digital access to watch these films, and the supporters actually vote and decide based on the quality of the film if they want to pick it up and distribute it. Animal Farm, after debuting at Annecy last year, failed to receive distribution from anyone except Angel Studios. Now that's both a warning sign, but also not necessarily a bad sign, because as we've seen, they can genuinely pick up good films that have nothing to do with pushing religious values and give them a platform to succeed. Do you think this is that, Rue?
I don't know. I've never been a fan of Animal Farm, even the book. It pissed me off so much, so I don't care, honestly.
Fair enough.
I love Andy Serkis. I cannot stand Let There Be Carnage. Fuck that movie. God, I hate that movie so bad.
I did enjoy his Mowgli movie, but that's the only direction.
So I will not be touching that film at all, to tell you the truth. But do go watch Sketch, even though it's distributed by them. It is a pretty damn great film. It's actually one of my favorite films this year. I'm gonna lead with 2 TIFF films that one I saw, one I didn't. I heard Obsession was a Midnight Madness release, and I heard people went crazy for that film. I heard it was bonkers. So I heard good things. I saw Poetic License, and it is a throwback to her dad's comedies. It is solid as hell. I very much enjoyed it. Cooper Hoffman continues after The Long Walk, and this for me continues to show that he is going to be one of the best leading men or actors coming together. He is hilarious alongside Andrew Feldman. They are great in it, so it might not be anticipated, but go catch it. It's really, really, really good. And it starts slow, but it picks up steam, and it's the same kind of feeling as like Knocked Up and all that goodness. I'll get behind Mando and Grogu. Like, again, Star Wars is never my most anticipated, but I don't get it. I don't deny it. I'm going to be a little long-winded here, and I'm going to go a little bit into the future, but also a little bit into the past. December of 1994, I got out of Street Fighter, and my dad was so pissed at Street Fighter that he decided maybe we're not going to see not going to see Mortal Kombat, which comes out in a couple of months. And I begged and pleaded with him to please go see it, and we were so happy because that movie still continues to be awesome as shit, even though it's dumb as fuck till this day. So Mortal Kombat 2 and Street Fighter are 2 of my most anticipated films this year because I want the back-to-back greatness. I want it. I rewatched the Mortal Kombat from 2021, and it grew on me. It very much did. And I'm so happy Carl Urban is going to be there while we watch Louis Tan die in the first 10 minutes. Cannot wait for that to happen. Cannot wait for Cole Young to get out of here. And they go to a tournament. And then I get to then back that up with the campiest, most ridiculous, most we are doing nothing but fighting in Street Fighter that we're ever going to fucking see. Because that trailer looked campy as shit. And if they just stick that campy landing, not giving a flying fuck, these two movies go hand in hand for me. And they are automatically on my list for most anticipated. Because I'm hoping that what did not happen when I was a child happens in this coming year.
So before I go up to Tyler, to fill in some more details on some of these films, Obsession, as he said, did debut at Toronto International Film Festival at the Midnight Madness block. It was originally produced independently, and then following its debut at TIFF, it was picked up for wide distribution by Blumhouse and Focus Features, so it is getting a proper wide release. The premise is a music store employee and a hopeless romantic named Bear uses a supernatural novelty toy called the One Wish Willow to wish for his longtime crush and childhood friend to fall in love with him. However, the wish is granted with unexpectedly dark consequences for both of them. My favorite thing about this movie is writer-director Curry Barker has openly admitted that he was directly inspired by Treehouse of Horror when making this, specifically Treehouse of Horror 2, which does have a Monkey's Paw episode in it, short in it. And just taking that concept and sending it down the darkest path ever. It does have a largely unknown cast. Probably the two most recognizable names are actress Indy Navarrete, who was a part of the cast of Superman and Lois. Richter also apparently has in the film. But go look up the trailer for this. It's a really short teaser, but even as someone who isn't a big horror guy, I found it really gripping immediately and was like, what the fuck is this movie? And yeah, so far the reception's been universally positive. Yeah, that's one where, like, again, I'm not even a horror guy, but I think that looks so interesting. And then I think, Tyler, I'll go back up to you, sir, if you have anyone you want to support for before we move on.
Yeah, sorry, my eyes are watering. This freaking light is so right next to me. Like, I've been staring like right next to it. Sorry. I'm like crying. I didn't even see the first Mortal Kombat. It was, or the original. It's like it was a victim to one of those same day streaming HBO Max releases during COVID, and I just, all those films kind of got like swept under the rug for me, like except for Wonder Woman. I went and saw that in theaters, but I didn't know that Animal Farm was one of the ones that Angel Studios picked up. Like, I thought it was produced by them, and I was like, why is this like religion propaganda studio making an Animal Farm movie? Like, that seems a little bit off base, but
not their typical.
But yeah, I'm not seeing that. Most of these movies I really don't have any interest in. I do, except for Mandalorian and Grogu. Yeah, I'm gonna see that day one, obviously, because I'm a huge Star Wars fan. The only negative I have to say about that is it looks like a streaming movie. It doesn't quite look like a full theatrical Star Wars production. Maybe just because the limited footage that we've seen, but I'm still excited for it. I didn't know that Chief Detectives was about what it was about until today. And I saw that the trailer came out, and I was just like, I'm kind of over Hugh Jackman, and I didn't even check it out. But now that sounds interesting, so I want to check that out. And to give credit to the Alicia Harris's movie, I don't know what it's called. Is God Is. She did win 3 Obie Awards for the play, so I want to at least give her a little bit more credit, because Tyler Perry is a terrible writer. Like, he is an awful writer,
Really?
And I know he's a playwright turned filmmaker. His best contribution to society was being in Gone Girl. Like, that's it. Like,
that Atlanta episode. That Atlanta episode was.
So, but the movie Obsession is interesting to me. It reminds me of the Joey King movie Wish Upon, where she finds a wishing box antique that makes all of her wishes come true. And that movie is so bad, it's so good. So I'm excited at the idea that there's an actual good version of that movie coming out. So I'm looking forward to that. And I love Sterling K. Brown, so like I'll watch anything he's in. So I'm excited for that as well. But yeah, the only thing that's really going to go on my anticipated list is Mandalorian.
Fair enough. To fill in, before we move on and wrap this up, to fill in details for anyone wondering, man, Animal Farm was a film I was excited about for so long, but the longer this goes on, the less I am interested. For anyone curious, it is a fully animated film that is directed by Andy Serkis. It was written by Nicholas Stoller, best known for Forgetting Sarah Marshall and the Neighbors movies. The film is an adaptation of the book Animal Farm, but they are attempting to take a new approach to the story by framing it as a coming-of-age story. So there are new characters written in that will have a new approach. The star of the film is actually Stranger Things' Gaten Matarazzo. The film also adds another new character portrayed by actress Iman Vellani, and the characters that you know from the book are voiced by the characters that you do know from the book are voiced by an ensemble cast that includes Seth Rogen, Kieran Culkin, Glenn Close, Steve Buscemi, Laverne Cox, Woody Harrelson, Jim Parsons, Kathleen Turner, and Andy Serkis himself. This film does come out in May. So we'll move on from that since I think...
Waste.
What was that?
It's such a waste.
I like all of those people, man.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Up until the movie couldn't get distribution, even the coming of age thing, I'm like, all right, that's like a weird choice, but I'm like, maybe they have something.
This is what we were talking about earlier. Like, if you just go based on the cast, the story of Animal Farm, and say, okay, this is who involved, and we're doing Animal Farm. You're like, fuck yeah, let's do it. And then the distribution thing comes out, and you're like, okay. And then it's like, oh, it's a coming of age story, not actually Animal Farm. You're like, and then you see the trailer that came out like last month or whatever the fuck it was, and you're like,
yeah,
what? Why even call it Animal Farm? Like, it's the same with Wuthering Heights. Don't call it that. Call it something else.
All right, so let's go ahead. So Mando and Grogu, I think everyone seemingly had burgeoning excitement for. So I'll throw that on the list of contenders. The other ones that I wrote down that had real positive reactions were the Sheep Detectives Obsession, and then I wrote down Poetic License when Rue was speaking. Is Mortal Kombat something? I didn't write it down, but I know it was talked about. Is Mortal Kombat something that anyone wants on the list, or is that just we'll see?
I think it's just me. I think it's just me. So
if Rue's prediction about Louis Tan dying in the first 10 minutes comes true, then I'm in. But
until then,
yeah.
All right. So then, what about the others? I have
one, but other than that, like I don't know.
Look, Devil Wears Prada is intending to appeal to a completely different audience that's not currently on this podcast. So
I like the movie. I'm gonna.
I like it too.
I've never seen it.
I haven't seen it.
Definitely seen it.
All right. So then the other two that I had written down were Sheep Detectives and Obsession. Does anyone want to vouch for those getting on the list proper? Sheep Detectives, I feel like we might have to.
Sheep Detectives, I would love to have on there. Obsession, I don't know enough about, but you know, if people are hyping it up that much, then I'm intrigued too. So,
all right. So I'll write down Sheep Detectives.
Yeah, good with that.
I'll write down Sheep Detectives. I'll leave Obsession off just because we do have to see more. And then we'll go into the month of June here. You guys are still good. I mean, obviously, at this point, since we're going into a lot of these, it's going to be a long one, but who cares?
Yeah.
So we go into the month of June. Yeah, there weren't a lot of movies in June, man. I had to start putting some shit on here. So starting from the top, this one isn't even a movie poster. It's actually a book cover. So I hate that I know so much about this, but I'm actually the perfect age range for this. So there was a Disney Channel actress, Haley Kiyoko, who transitioned from being on Disney Channel into being a singer. And she made a song called Girls Like Girls about 10 years ago, and it also served as a coming out for her. And since then, she's continued to have a decently successful pop music career by way of being accepted amongst the gay community and, you know, kind of that, basically like Chappell Roan, but more on the indie scene is what I would compare the success to. And people will probably hate me for that, but you know, it's the quickest way I can get the point across.
It's like the
She
Tumblr
then
version.
took the she then took the concept of that song and turned it into a book. And now that book is being turned into a movie that is actually being directed by her. And it's written by her and another one of her former Disney Channel co-stars who was involved originally. So, look, there's not a lot coming out in June right now, so I had to put something on here. And so I put that on there. We also have Toy Story 5. We also have Masters of the Universe.
Sorry, it's a story based on a song that she then turned into a book that she is now directing as a movie.
Yes.
Okay, I think we've heard enough.
Yeah.
Good for her.
Good for her. Yeah, I got no good for her. But Toy Story 5, Masters of the Universe, Supergirl, Steven Spielberg's Disclosure Day, Animal Friends, which is a Ryan Reynolds film I'll look up more about in a second, Scary Movie 6, and then the one at the bottom I will look up as well, but it's the latest film from writer-director John Carney, who does a lot of music-related films. Thank you, Power Ballad. So I'm going to go ahead and start with Rue on this one. Do any of these stand out to you as something worth noting?
Yeah, actually, as much as people want to shit on Toy Story 4, it's still a great animated film. It just suffers from coming after Toy Story 3. And I will always anticipate a Toy Story movie, even if they should have ended it at 3. I'm never not going to want to go see that. New original from Spielberg, Disclosure Day, yes. And I really like James Gunn DC. So I am very excited for Supergirl. All 3 of those, if I'm doing a top 20 most anticipated, all 3 of those are going on my list. I am going to give a mini shout out to Scary Movie 6 because if we're actually going back to Regina and Anna with the Wayans, I am going to be intrigued by that.
Yeah, so I guess to throw up, before I turn it over to Tyler to throw up some details about some of those movies. So Power Ballad is the one. It's from writer-director John Carney, who was behind films like Once, Begin Again, and Sing Street. This film is focused on a conflict between a rock star played by Nick Jonas and a wedding singer played by Paul Rudd. It's described as a musical comedy. The film also stars Jack Rayner and actress Havana Rose Liu, who most people would recognize from the comedy film Bottoms. And that obviously comes out in the month of June. It is getting a proper theatrical release, not straight to streaming like his last film. Animal Friends is the Ryan Reynolds film. This is a live-action animated film. It's got a mix of both. It's from director Peter Atencio, who is best known for his work on the show Key and Peele. He also directed their feature film Keanu. And the film is about 2 fugitive animals embarking on an adventure across America while being pursued by an equally odd couple DEA agent and wildlife ranger. The animals are voiced by Ryan Reynolds and Jason Momoa. The DEA agent and wildlife ranger are played by Aubrey Plaza and Dan Levy. And the supporting cast includes Eric Andre, Vince Vaughn, Lil Rel Howery, and TikToker turned actress Addison Rae.
What the fuck?
And singer? What do you mean, dude?
Sorry. Yeah, singer, too. She's got all the hyphenates, kind of. And then finally, Scary Movie 6, I did look up. So this one does have the Wayans, Marlon, Shawn, and Keenan returning to write the film. However, it's being directed by Michael Tides, who is best known for doing the Haunted House movies, also with the Wayans. And it does have Anna Faris and Regina Hall back starring, in addition to a supporting cast that includes the various Wayans, John Abrams, Lachlan Murno, Sherry O'Terry, Chris Elliott, and Damon Wayans Jr. hopping in there as well, considering he would not have been, I guess, old enough to be in the others, but wow. So he's in there as well. Just to give some more details, Tyler, I go up to you. Do any of these intrigue you?
You know, you know, as a huge DC person, I want to just say Supergirl is my most anticipated out of these. But honestly, I think it is Scary Movie 6. I like grew up like Scream is like the foundation of why I love horror, and Scary Movie, the first one was I think I saw that before I even saw Scream, so it's like I've always loved Scary Movie. 3 and 4 are not very good, but that's what excites me is that the Wayans are coming back for 6. I never even saw 5 as a joke, so I'm super excited for Scary Movie 6. I love parody films. Like I miss them so much. The Naked Gun by Kiva Schaffer this past year was so good. Like I wish they like when I was watching a clip from Scary Movie 3 the other day with my girlfriend where the hat, this trooper's hat just keeps getting bigger. And it's so funny. That's not even a Wayans brother movie. But it's so good, and I love stuff like that. So I'm really excited to see what they do with that, especially because they're going to be parodying a lot of modern horror movies, and there's a lot. We are in like a new renaissance of great horror this past decade, and there's just a lot of films to pick from. So I'm excited to see what they decide to make fun of. And then yeah, obviously Toy Story 5 I'm going to see. I wasn't really amped to see the fourth one, but like you said, it was still a great film at the end of the day. And I love the idea that the villain's gonna be an iPad. Like, like my nephew is an iPad baby, and that kid is you can't get that thing off of him. So I can't wait to see a movie making fun of that. I can't wait to bring him to that actually. But yeah, and then Supergirl looks like a ton of fun. I'm excited to see what someone besides Gunn is going to be doing with DC. I love Creature Commandos. I love Peacemaker. I really enjoyed the new Superman movie. Maybe not as much as the old DC stuff, but Millie Alcock was great in House of the Dragon. So I'm super excited to see like the next chapter in DC, and I'm excited that we are finally getting a big franchise where they're planning things out, like where they're like writing the stories ahead of time, years in advance, making sure they have a solid script, making sure they have a solid director that's excited about the project. So I'm super excited for that. Um, I don't know why they're making a Masters of the Universe movie. Does anybody care? Like honestly,
I did.
So can I first off, everything
like
sound good on my end
just
right
I
now?
don't know. I feel like that was before my time. The whole He-Man thing.
Okay, cool.
And
Thank you.
I just
So
never. I don't know.
the
It just doesn't seem like it's gonna really pop off. So, but I do love Josh O'Connor, and I'm excited to see him in Disclosure Day. So, um, yeah, I don't know. Spielberg hasn't really been hitting
The
it for me
greatest
lately.
recently, but
Like I didn't love the Fablemans. I'm trying to think of other movies that he made. I don't
West
like the
Side
BFG.
Story.
West
I don't
Side
know.
Story, BFG.
Yeah.
I liked all of those movies. Well, I didn't see BFG, but I did like the Fablemans a lot and West Side Story. So
So I'll jump in up because you were talking about
I think you're
Masters of the
muted, Aaron.
Universe. What was that?
I can hear.
Oh, really? I can hear you guys.
Yeah,
I can't hear him. Oh,
I
that's
can
so
hear
weird.
him.
You can hear him? You can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh my
Yes, we
gosh.
can hear you. I think.
Okay. Let's
yeah.
see what happens in the final edit.
No, I had endless technical difficulties, but yeah, so Scary Movie 6, Supergirl, like those are like super anticipated for me. I didn't know anything about Animal Friends or that Paul Rudd movie until today, but I didn't even know John Carney was making a new movie. Like if you haven't seen Begin Again and Sing Street, like run out and watch those immediately. They're like really good. I haven't seen once though, but like Begin Again and Sing Street are such great feel good movies. So I'm really excited that he's making a new movie. Yeah.
So to jump in, I am the person that's excited for Masters of the Universe, and it's really for one reason and one reason only, and it's because it's the Leica guys making it. It's oh my god, now I can't remember his name.
Travis Knight.
Thank you. It's Travis Knight, who did Bumblebee, and he also directly as a director did Kubo and the Two Strings Doing It. But it's not just him. It's Chris Butler, who also for Leica did Paranorman, and he did The Missing Link, wrote the script for the movie. So this is, and I don't know if Leica are actually listed as a production company, but I know their experience doing this movie has actually encouraged them to start looking into making live action films under the Leica brand. because obviously stop motion is a very hard thing to do consistently. And so I think they're going to pursue this as a way to try and generate a little more for the studio. But look, Masters of the Universe is an IP. Do I care about? Not necessarily, no. And if it's not on this film, not on this list, like, do I care? Not really. But those two guys together excite me anytime they're making a film, because I think Leica's damn near perfection with the stuff that they've put out. And the star of this film, Nicholas Galatzine, if this film is good, I think he actually is a good enough actor that he could make a career off the back of this film. I watched the Amazon film last year from Michael Showalter. I think it's called The Idea of You, where Galatzine's basically playing a Harry Styles stand-in because it's based off of a Harry Styles fanfic. And I've got to be honest, he gave a good performance. Like, I really don't have anything bad to say. I don't know, the movie itself was fine, but I thought he was good. And I've heard he's been in other projects. I mean, he was also Bottoms, if anyone saw that. He was the main football player, kind of like the main asshole. I didn't like Bottoms personally, but he was something that I liked in that film. So I'm very curious to see him get something that's dramatically different and see how he handles it. Again, Masters of the Universe is an IP. Do I care about it? No, not really. But these guys making it makes me excited for it. Madi, I'll toss it down to you then. Is there anything on here that you want to throw in?
I feel like I'm going to be a bit of a curmudgeon because Toy Story 5 I'm not excited for. I think the fourth one just really turned me off of the franchise a little bit. Like, I love the first three, but then I came out of 4 and I was just vastly disappointed. Which I know is probably not what everyone thought, but I really didn't enjoy it. Master of the Universe, I love the lore of Masters of the Universe, and I'm hoping that they do it right. But I'm hesitant because of a few, like, I've heard that they're going to be on Earth for a good portion of the movie, which I hate. And then Jared Leto as Skeletor, I'm also concerned about. Because,
yeah, fair. That's like, a fair reaction across the board.
Yeah, like, I think he obviously had a good performance in a movie.
I'll say this as you're waiting. I did not mind him in Tron Ares as much as I thought.
There's no way. There's no way.
No, honestly, I thought he was perfectly cast as an emotionless AI learning about humanity. I really,
yeah. So if he's doing that, that's great. But I don't see the logic of putting him as Skeletor.
No.
Like, there's a character called Roboto. He could be playing that, and I think that would be better. The rest of the cast I'm excited for. Like, Alison Brie playing Evelyn is great. I think Idris Elba is Man at Arms, which is phenomenal, and I love that. And then I think Camila Mendez is playing Tila. So they have a good cast, mostly. And they have good people behind it. The story aspect is the part that I'm not so sure on, because if they are spending a lot of time on Earth, I'm going to be upset, because you don't need to be on Earth. Like, you don't need it to... It's He-Man. Like, we know that it's ridiculous, and it's it's Star Wars meets Lord of the Rings at the same time. Like, just set up the world and have them be there. And, like, I heard from someone that it was spending some time on Earth, and that, like, threw me off, and I was like, okay, well, shit. So I'm hopeful, but I'm also not sure. And then also Jared Leto. Disclosure Day I'm very excited for. It feels like a follow-up to Close Encounters from Spielberg, which is awesome. Supergirl, I was in as soon as I saw her in the Superman ending. And then the bottom 3 movies I'll probably go see, but I'm not necessarily going to put them in the top 20. So I'm excited for them, but I don't think there's quite that level yet until I see more from them. So of these movies, Disclosure Day for sure, Supergirl for sure, Masters of the Universe, I'm crossing fingers for that it can do better than what Jared Leto is going to bring to that movie.
Fair enough. Also, since I'm throwing a lot of exposition around, I did forget. I do want to credit, which I also find this really interesting. So Masters of the Universe, as we know, it was a movie that sat in development hell for years and years. There were tons of different writers and tons of different versions of this script. When Amazon secured the rights to actually produce the film, they, on the behest of Travis Knight and Chris Butler, who read a lot of the different versions of the scripts that were written over the years just to sort of see what people were going for, they actually went and purchased one of them that was originally supposed to be produced by Sony. And they're using it as the basis enough that the writers of that script are actually getting credit. So the people that wrote that draft were Adam and Aaron Nee, who went on to do The Lost City with Channing Tatum, and Dave Callahan, who co-wrote Across the Spider-Verse and wrote Shang-Chi. So they're also getting credit on the film. So there's a lot of interesting creatives. It's not even the cast for me, it's the creatives. You just gotta hope it's good. That said, we spent a lot of time on June, so I'll go ahead and move on. Pretty much everything got talked about to some extent here, except, again, shout out to Girls Like Girls for existing. They're really, seriously, outside of like the 7, there really was nothing else in this month. So I had to throw it in. Are there any of these films, since every single one of these was talked about positively, and I'll start with Rue, if there was something that you had to, like, one film to pick off this that you want to throw in, which one are you throwing in?
Supergirl.
Okay. What about you, Madi?
It'd be between Disclosure Day and Supergirl, so I'll lean Disclosure Day just because I know these guys are going to pick Supergirl, so I'll give it some love.
All right. Tyler, what about you?
I'm picking Scary Movie 6.
Oh, shit.
All right.
Okay.
I'll put those 3 on.
I would have been with Disclosure Day as well. That it was literally those 2.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. We'll go ahead and move into July then. So this one, I had to pull some sort of art. So this is the other Shiver. This isn't the Shiver that we talked about earlier. This is the other film that's not called Shiver anymore. Like I said, there were 2 of them. I did say that there were 2 of them.
So which one is this?
So this not called Shiver film is from director Tommy Wirkola, who did Violent Night with David Harbour. And it stars, it's another survival thriller involving a shark, and it stars Phoebe Dynevor, Jaimin Hansu, and Whitney Peak, who is largely a TV actress, but she's one of the stars of the upcoming Hunger Games film. Now, the interesting thing with this one is originally, and I actually found this out this morning, it was originally produced by Sony in collaboration with Adam McKay, and it just got sold to Netflix. So it's now coming out on Netflix instead of going to theaters, which could be a warning sign that they didn't think it would succeed. It could also mean it's not good. With that said, if we move on, we had a Lee Cronin film earlier. Now we have an Evil Dead sequel not done by Lee Cronin. This one is called Evil Dead Burn. I will have to remind myself of what that gentleman's face means. We have Minions 3. We have Spider-Man Brand New Day. We have The Odyssey. Kevin Hart at the bottom is 72 Hours. That's also a Netflix film. Again, not a lot aside from the blockbusters here. And we also have the Moana live-action remake, which for some reason is dropping itself in July. That feels like a recipe for disaster for them, but we shall see. Tyler, I'll start with you on this one, sir. Which of these do we... Actually, just to save ourselves some time, the obvious 2 here are Spider-Man and Odyssey, right? We can all agree?
Yeah.
100%.
Does anyone else have anything they want to throw support towards before we move on? Because we could go on about those 2 films forever, I feel like. Let's give ourselves some time. Does anyone want to throw support towards any other films?
I like Evil Dead. But
okay, go ahead.
I haven't seen it. I'm not going to throw support, but I'm not going to throw shade at Minions. The Minions are just a fucking blast to me, and I love them when I watch them, but I don't watch them again. Don't put it on the list, but I want to give it not hate.
I'm not sure of the children which one they're going to prefer to see, because Moana was huge when it first came out. So I'm not sure if they're going to be like, if you have to pick one, and be like, do you want to go see Moana or do you want to go see Minions 3? I'm not sure which one kids are going to say.
I think they're going to say Minions.
Well, usually, yeah, like Minions just has those legs because it's like dumb and people love them. But
Yeah.
like people went feral for Moana, man. Like,
Did Moana 2 make $1 billion?
I don't know if Moana 2 made $1 billion.
It did. It made $1 billion.
It made $1 billion.
Yeah.
Silent fucking billion.
That's crazy for a movie that was literally a streaming television show re-edited.
See, but that's the thing. Like, even as a streaming television show, they slapped it together and it still made $1 billion. So I'm not gonna be. I'm more curious about which of those two is gonna hit more with kids. I'm not really excited for either one, to be honest. But I'm just curious of like which of the logic of putting both of these movies in the same month.
Moana should be in November. I don't know why it's in July. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, Spider-Man and the Odyssey, double dose of Tom.
I think we're good.
Double dose of Tom.
Double dose. Also, to go back, the gentleman at the top. I guess I forgot I did this. I pulled an ensemble shot of the cast from this film, and I guess his face wound up being at the center of the picture. So the film is called Cut Off. It's the latest directorial effort from Jonah Hill, is what it is.
Skip it.
It's another one of my men from Insecure. That's what I know him from. So like,
yeah.
That's what he's from. Okay.
I was like, I've seen him somewhere. I just don't know who he is.
The premise of the film is two wealthy siblings are forced to support themselves after their parents cut them off. The film stars Jonah Hill, in addition to writing, directing, Kristen Wiig, Bette Midler, Nathan Lane, Camila Cabello, Chelsea Peretti, and of course Langston Kerman, as pictured at the top there. I didn't like You People, so I find myself hard to be.
I don't
excited.
like You People either.
I'm not gonna say.
To be fair, we're earning that reaction right now, so that's okay.
I like mid-90s, but I have no faith in Jonah Hill anymore. That guy is he's so cynical, like, and he thinks he's very funny, and he is really funny. I mean, he's the star of my favorite.
I feel like it's just very pretentious from him now.
He's so pretentious, it's ridiculous. It's like, guys, I'm not fat anymore. Guys, everyone love me. It's like, no, dude, you're actually a dick because everyone was mean to you your entire life for being fat, and now it's made you mean. So, like,
get therapy.
Yeah, for real. And his little Eddie Murphy movie was not good. Like,
that should just be a life motto. Just get therapy.
Dude, the amount of times I have to say that at work now, like, it's insane.
If anything, I'm gonna put a little anti-hype towards the Odyssey. I'm just not that. I mean, I love Christopher Nolan, but I just think the amount of hype behind this film is not how hyped I am. Like,
that's
fair.
It is an obscene amount of hype from
very.
Yeah,
like the 70mm tickets selling out in like an hour. Like, that's ridiculous. Like come on. And honestly, for the source material,
I did buy tickets for it, and that's only because I just so happened to. I'm actually going to be in Atlanta that week, so if you want to come up and join me, then.
So what I'm hearing is we're all going to Atlanta to watch the Odyssey in IMAX in July.
Come on down. We'll all go.
If Canadians are still allowed down there, then I'll see you guys there.
Canadians probably will be. You're gonna have a harder time, buddy.
We'll see, man. You guys are invading Greenland next. It feels like we're coming up on the list.
Something.
All right. So the two obvious ones are on there.
For a reason.
Well, we'll move on to August. We might move off of August quickly too, but we'll move on to August. So we have a new Insidious film called The Bleeding World. I put that at the top. That one stars, I believe they brought back Lynn Shay again. They pulled her out of whatever retirement home she was in. And then Brandon Perea is the other star. He was in Nope, I believe.
He's good.
So those are the two stars of that film. Super Troopers 3, some sort of Statham shit called Mutiny, Paw Patrol 3, Coyote vs. Acme, after a long campaigned release, is finally coming out. We have The Dog Stars, which is the next film from Ridley Scott. We have that one there is some sort of rom-com. I want to say that's Callum Turner and a girl.
Monica Barbaro.
Monica Barbaro, thank you. And then, I
think that's Anne Hathaway and Ewan McGregor.
It looks like Daisy
yes.
Edgar Jones.
Yes.
Maybe.
That is Flowervale Street. So that is Warner Brothers.
Oh, you're right.
In development. I believe it's a dinosaur film. That was. Here's how long Flowervale Street's been in development. Jurassic World Rebirth was made as an answer to compete with Flowervale Street. Flowervale Street comes out in August. So that one, and it's from director David Robert Mitchell of Under the Silver Lake and It Follows fame. And yeah, there was a point like 3 years ago where I was probably excited for this one, but it's just been on the shelf in hell for so long that hey man, if it's good. Does anyone care about any of these, or can we move on?
On Letterboxd, it still says untitled David Robert Mitchell film. So, but no, the Last Insidious movie was good. I really liked it because it was directed by Patrick Wilson. And I think it was his directorial debut, but I have no interest in this because it's not a continuation of that story. So,
no, it's not.
Like, I thought it was super cool when they brought back the original kid, and there was a story about him and Patrick Wilson, but oh well.
Unfortunately, when horror movies make money, no matter what they are, we get more.
I'm going to use very quickly this August time to one, be very upset at a working man for stopping the Beekeeper release every year with Jason Statham, because I was looking forward to that, and a working man killed it in its tracks. And I'm going to, I just realized there's a movie back in May that I'm just going to bring up, even though I did not like the end of Sorry to Bother You. Boots Riley, new films. Yeah. I Love Boosters is coming out in May. And again, that horse turn and Sorry to Bother You.
Wait, no,
I'm sorry.
Is that Boots Riley that's doing that?
Yes, yeah. Boots Riley is doing I Love Boosters.
Bro, I gotta be completely honest with you. I saw that on the list and just thought, I don't even know what that is, and moved right the fuck.
Boots Riley's new film. So I will throw that out there real quick to see if you all are anticipating it, because I am anticipating it.
I'll put that in over any of these movies.
I agree, yeah, because I meant to mention that that's the one film on my anticipation list that we didn't bring up.
All right, well then we're gonna move on for the month of August. Here's what I'll say. As someone who really, 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 like, it's in my top 5 of the year, really liked The Day the Earth Blew Up this year. I am excited to see Coyote vs. Acme get released. Do I think it's going to be anywhere near as good? Nah, probably not. Is it better than a 7 out of 10? God, if it is, great for them. But no, I just, as someone who likes the Looney Tunes, I'm happy it's seeing the light of day. Did I ever have excitement for this film? No, not really.
I also wanted to say come out.
Say that again?
I almost want Paw Patrol to not come out.
Oh.
Yeah, please. Less propaganda.
Like, well, yes, it is propaganda. I don't want to be dragged to the theater to watch that shit. Like, it's... Come on.
Hey, I saw the second one in theaters voluntarily to kill time. I'll drive up and go with you.
You don't even have kids. You did that. You did that on your own.
I voluntarily didn't go to my free screening of that movie.
I'm gonna have to pretend to not be allowed to go to the movies for a month until something else better comes on. Like it's just that's how it is.
I like Super Troopers. I'll say that. I thought the second Super Troopers was really.
I'll watch it on
funny.
Netflix. I'm not paying to go see it.
I did watch it on a plane. So
there you go.
There it is.
Let's keep it going, Meow.
All right. We'll move on then to...
Yeah.
Have we officially lost Aaron?
I think he's still figuring out how to say meow.
We'll get there eventually.
He's practicing his smile.
He is.
It's a really good smile.
Oh man.
All right, coming back right now.
Damn. Thought that was. Oh, that
Well,
came
you
up.
got it, buddy. There you go.
Hey!
Hey, he's back, I think. No, he's smiling again. He's
All
smiling
right, we're
again.
good.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll go ahead. We'll go ahead and jump into the month of September here. So we have a new version of Sense and Sensibility comes out in September. I learned that today. That will come out. Does that say September 11th? Oh my God.
It does.
Yep.
I mean, it's
It
British.
does.
They don't care.
Oh yeah, that's a big
Just
issue, man.
I'm American. I don't care.
We also have Practical Magic 2 for all the 90s kids out there. How to Rob a Bank is the latest film from David Leitch. I actually think that sounds interesting, so I'm going to look that up later. The top film there is a romance film that was at TIFF, I believe, last year called Charlie Harper. Forgotten Island is apparently a DreamWorks film that's coming out this year. All I know about it is that it's apparently based on Filipino mythology, which is at least interesting. That's not something we see every day. We have Clayface from DC, and then we have Zach Kreger's adaptation of Resident Evil. I'm going to go ahead. I was going to throw it to Madi, but he stepped away for a sec, so I'll throw it to Rue first here. Which one of these is standing out to you?
Clayface, for sure. Really interesting character that does not get movie play with a random dude that not many people know. Yes. But you said Zach Kreger. And again, I have been learning to like horror a lot more. I really enjoyed Weapons. Barbarian was pretty cool. It's just Resident Evil has so much stink on it that it's like, what do we do here? So, but I'm gonna throw those two out there. I will say I didn't hear great things about Charlie Harper coming out of TIFF, or at least I didn't hear anything one way or another. But those are the two on my Clayface for sure. But you said Zach Kreger, so that immediately got me going. Oh, Resident Evil might actually do something.
Hey, that's fair enough. So to fill in some information on some of these that I looked up, Forgotten Island, yeah, so there's not much that's known about it, which I guess also technically makes it subject to release if we're already in the year and we know nothing about it, but there is at least a visual, and it's a DreamWorks film that is going to be based on mythology that is connected to the Philippines, and it comes from writer-director Joel Crawford, whose last DreamWorks film was Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. So at the very least, potentially there is something to look forward to here. The other one is that one on the bottom there, How to Rob a Bank. So this is the latest film from David Leitch. The premise of the film is a crew of bank robbers use social media to document their heists, leading to an attempted pursuit from the police. And what's interesting to me is the cast of this one. I believe there are 5 bank robbers, and they're played by Nicholas Hoult, Anna Sawai, Zoe Kravitz, Renzi Feliz, who people will most notably know from Penguin, and Pete Davidson, with the 2 main cops being portrayed by John C. Reilly and Christian Slater. Now, I know Rue just groaned at the Pete Davidson of it all, but I actually think when he's not in a schlocky comedy, I think Pete Davidson can actually bring something interesting. The first one that I go to is Bodies, 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 where he wasn't really playing outside of his type, but I thought that his contributions to the film were really, really solid, and I found him really engaging. I also think he was a really good lead in things like King of Staten Island and Big Time Adolescence on Hulu. So when the right person gets their hands on Pete Davidson, I think they can make him interesting. I also like that this film seems different for David Leitch. This doesn't, I don't look at this and immediately think, okay, how can I John Wickify this premise? Because that's kind of what David Leitch has done a lot of. And if it is something very different, then I would really appreciate that, because I've liked David Leitch's films, but he's never gotten above an 8 out of 10 for me. I don't think he's made anything incredible. I just think he has been consistently solid. And so I would like to see him try something different just to see if he can pull it off. I will go up to Tyler next. What are your thoughts here? Are there any of these that are interesting to you?
I would say Clayface because it's DC. I really don't know much about the character. You know, I think there was a Clayface movie in development for a long time that wasn't a DCU film. So I keep having to remind myself that this is a DCU film and it takes place within the world of Superman and Supergirl. So I think that's what's mostly exciting me about that project. But the number one for me is Resident Evil. I saw Weapons like 5 or 6 times this year. So like I love Weapons. I love Barbarian. I'm super excited to see what he does with Resident Evil. I've never played Resident Evil. I've never seen it. Wait, I think I've seen one of them. I can't tell you which one because there's like there's a lot, right? Wait, is that the Mila Jovovich movies? Or is that
Yes, yeah.
I've seen one of them. It was incredibly bad, but so I like that it's going to be a non-adaptation of a specific game or anything. It's not. It's supposed to be just a new thing. So a lot of the time with adaptations of IP, video games, movies, or movies and comic books, a lot of people online, love to just compare it to what it's supposed to be, and I'm glad there's nothing that it's supposed to be for the most part. It's really just Resident Evil in name, I think. So I'm excited for another Krager film. I've never seen Practical Magic. And what's the one with the red at the top? I think I missed that one.
It's Charlie Harper.
Oh, Charlie Harper.
It's a romantic drama that came out in TIFF.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see. Maybe I'll check that out. But yeah, for the most part, oh, and How to Rob a Bank. I'll probably see that. Like the same thing that Aaron said, David Leitch is just kind of hit or miss. I really, really, really enjoyed Atomic Blonde when I first saw it. Upon rewatch, I didn't like it as much. I think Deadpool 2 is a weak film. I really liked Hobbs and Shaw. I really like Bullet Train. Didn't like The Fall Guy. So I'm interested. But yeah, Resident Evil is the one pick for me.
All right, and then Madi, any of these interest you before we move on?
Yeah, I mean, Clayface is definitely the obvious choice for me. I'm super intrigued by what they're going to do with it, and I feel like if they do the body horror side of it, then it could be really interesting. I liked Weapons, but it kind of lost me at the end. Like it felt a bit too like jarring with the comedy that they ended up putting. And I haven't seen Barbarian, so I'm not sure if that's just something he does where he puts in the comedy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the theater laughing at the end of a horror movie, I felt a little off by. So and I don't know if that will necessarily work with Resident Evil. So if that's his style, I don't know if it's necessarily the right choice. Plus, we've seen like 12 different adaptations of the Resident Evil storyline, and none of them have been good. None of them have even been serviceable, to be honest. But
I was gonna say, like, the Resident Evil thing is the most interesting one because on one hand, like, yeah, Zach Cregger is a director. Personally, I've not seen either of his films yet. Weapons is one that I will get to just because I've heard so many great things about it. Barbarian, I kind of missed when it came out. But hearing a director that has such a unique vision and such a unique perspective, and also someone who's not afraid to touch IP, because like he's openly talked about how he pitched a script to DC that they didn't move forward with. So he's not afraid to touch IP. He's another, to go to Madi's point, he's another horror director that actually has a comedy background, like kind of like a Jordan Peele. So that's probably where the comedic touches in the films that you're talking about come from. Yeah. But also Resident Evil really is an interesting canvas because it is such a successful, such a largely recognized and known IP that has had so many failed adaptations. I mean, you have an entire 6-film franchise that I think most people, fans or not of the games, would call a fucking failure that just kept getting made because they were making money. Then there was a cinematic reboot from director Johannes Roberts, who weirdly enough has had multiple films mentioned tonight. He was the director of Primate, he was the director of Strangers 2, and he was the director of 47 Meters Down. I believe all of which have come up at some point tonight when referencing those various films. And that movie wasn't considered very good. And then there was also a Netflix show that I don't think anyone even remembers exists. But that came out as well in the last couple of years. And that was a completely separated reboot that also didn't get renewed and wasn't very well liked. So the track record is literally nothing but bad things. You can only go up, you would assume. But also, if he can't figure this out, is this the point where we give up?
You know, to give Resident Evil as a franchise the credit, like the story in the games, I think is really well done. And like, you know, in the last couple of years, we've seen video games be adapted really well, like Last of Us, especially Fallout. The Sonic movies are doing really well. But Resident Evil, they kind of like the Mila Jovovich movies. I feel like they were just Resident Evil in idea, not really in an adaptation. And then the movie that came out like a couple years ago that you were just mentioning felt like it could have been, all right, we're just adapting the story of the game straight up, and then they still shifted away from it. And then the TV show with, I think it was Lance Reddick in that as well, the second time we brought him up today, or that might have been offline. But that one was fine, but it was divergent from what the game story is. So look, there's a possibility that he makes this movie and he adapts the game in a wonderful way and it fits. There's not really any comedy in the first game at all, or in most of the games, to be fair. So I'm hoping that he doesn't try and force any comedy bits in there, just so he can keep the theme of it going. So I'm hopeful, but I'm not sure if I trust it yet, based on what you were saying. Like the history of it, of the adaptations of Resident Evil have been terrible. So, and Zach Cregger's, if he is more of a comedic guy in his films, then it might not be the right fit. Even though I think he was a great director for Weapons, it just might not have been the right choice for him to make this particular film. And How to Rob a Bank just sounds like fun, honestly. Like, Pete Davidson aside, that cast is amazing, and I'm genuinely curious to see how they live stream their bank robberies. Like, this is looking like it's going to be hilarious.
All right. So then from this set of films, is there anything you guys, it seems like Clayface all around was something that we're going to vouch to throw in there. Is Resident Evil at that point? Is that something you guys want on the list?
It wasn't for me. I'm more intrigued now.
Okay. All right. So we can leave that off. The other ones that got mentioned, one of them was by me, the DreamWorks Forgotten Island from the director of Puss in Boots, and then How to Rob a Bank as well. Does anyone want to vouch for either of those finding their way onto the list? Or are we all just really excited for a new Sense and Sensibility? Is that just, we're just being very
I know how I'm spending my 9/11.
I already got plans.
Yeah.
Well, I had other plans, but I guess I'll... 25th anniversary, I figured I'd take a flight, but I guess I'll stay home.
Beautiful. Absolutely.
You can take a flight to New York and still watch Sense and Sensibility. You can even watch a version of it on the plane on the way over.
There is a morning flight from where I am to New York City, so, maybe I will fly out to New York just to watch Sense and Sensibility.
All right.
So what about either of those, How to Rob a Bank or Forgotten Island? Does anyone want those on the list, or are we moving on?
Wait, are we leaving Resident Evil off? Because that should be on the list.
I don't mind either way. It wasn't on anything of mine, but if you're up for it, I'm cool with it.
If you're hopeful for it, then I'm good with putting it on there.
That's like top 5 anticipated for the year.
Then put it on there.
Okay, then we'll put it on the list. Okay. All right. So then anything else from this set, or are we moving on?
I think we can move on. Forgotten Island, I want to hear more about first. I don't want to just have a poster and a director's name.
You said mythology and Puss in Boots Last Wish, and it got me intrigued. I'll say that.
Yeah. But knowing nothing else about the movie, I don't think it will come over some of the other stuff that we've already talked about.
Fair enough. So this is the point in the show where I ran out of enough graphics to cover a lot of these films, so I just screenshotted I just used the screenshots where I screenshotted the different films, so I wouldn't have to go back and search them up. So we're using those now. So I'll go ahead and pull up October, where we have at the start of October we have Digger coming out. That's the new one from Alejandro Iñárritu, starring Tom Cruise. VERRRY, I believe, is another Colleen Hoover film. I'd have to Google that, but I believe that's another Colleen Hoover film. Jesus Christ. We have some other mommy.
It is, yeah.
The Social Reckoning is the sequel to The Social Network.
Oh, Tyler.
We have Street Fighter. We have Whale Fall, which I will look up more on because I do actually know what that is. And then Remain is the latest from M. Night Shyamalan at the bottom. So I'm going to make my push for one because, like I said, a lot of the ones we've picked I am also excited for. But the one I'm going to push for is Digger. Alejandro González Iñárritu is a director who has made one of my favorite films of the year. Birdman was my favorite film of 2014. It's one of the films, like from that year in particular, it was one of the films that I think really inspired me to further pursue watching films that I wouldn't necessarily particularly watch. So anything he makes immediately has me excited. Put Tom Cruise in it. If you look up the rest of the cast, it's got a really weird, eclectic supporting cast as well. I think that this could be something potentially, especially because it seems like Tom Cruise has hit a point now where he wants to switch back to pursuing awards after giving up for 25 years. So I'm curious to see. Also, before I turn it over to Tyler, Remain is the other one that I know information about off the top of the head. Remain is an M. Night Shyamalan film that's being done in collaboration with...
Aaron, wait. I want to... Yeah. Tyler and Medee, do you know what this film is or this book?
No.
Wait, actually, yeah, I do prefer to go in blind for M. Night's stuff.
Okay,
M. Night's directing?
But do you know about the book at all?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I saw this book in Barnes & Nobles and it stopped me in my tracks. I don't think you would be able to guess who he collaborated with in this book in 10 guesses. I don't want to do it, but I'm telling you, when you hear who he collaborated with,
I'm on the Wikipedia. That's crazy.
He cut me. No. So I'm going to say it as well for the audience because I don't think this is a spoiler. So this is a collaboration between M. Night Shyamalan and Nicholas Sparks.
What the fuck?
Exactly.
And no, so it gets better. So the book, and I can look up the premise of it. I don't want to. So I believe it stars Jake Gyllenhaal, and the premise, like the story premise, is something that M. Night Shyamalan and Nicholas Sparks conceived together. However, they wrote the book and the film separately from each other. So the book is written like a Nick Sparks book using this premise, and the movie is written like an M. Night Shyamalan movie using the same premise. So the idea is that they're not the exact same experience, but it is the same basic story.
I swear I was in Barnes & Nobles. I was walking out. I saw their two names together, and I froze the fucking place. I was like, what?
When you said I wouldn't guess it, I was like, George R.R. Martin. Like, going down the list of other writers, I'm like, Clive Cussler, Margaret Atwood, I don't know, like somebody. Nicholas Sparks would not have come on my list. Okay, so just so I'm clear, M. Night Shyamalan's directing this movie with Jake Gyllenhaal as the lead actor.
Yes, and he wrote the screenplay.
He's directing it based off of his version of whatever the concept is, not the Nicholas Sparks version. So it seemingly has nothing to do with the Nicholas Sparks version, except for they share the same premise and characters.
I believe Nick Sparks will have a story credit. So,
okay, all right.
Yeah, but going off him, they came up with it together. So both of their names are on the book, front and center, like it's their book. But I didn't know about that Sparks wrote the book and he wrote the screenplay, and just two different versions of the same idea they came up with.
Yeah,
I like that. I'm not gonna lie, that's a cool concept.
It is
honestly, based on that, it's zoomed into my like anticipated list now.
All right, we'll put it on there. No,
I'll
write it down. I'll write it down.
I mean,
just based on the insanity of what you guys have just been explaining, that's just purely based on that. And M. Night Shyamalan has been doing really good horror work in the last 10 years. Like since he's gone away from the blockbuster stuff, I'm in for that. Like that sounds, and Jake Gyllenhaal with him. Yeah, no, I'm in.
So I'll turn it over to Tyler now. I'm gonna give, because I think the rest of these that we care about, we all know. The one that I'll throw out there info on is the movie Whale Fall. So this is a survivor thriller coming from writer-director Brian Duffield. He was the writer-director behind the Hulu film No One Will Save You a couple of years ago, starring Caitlin Dever. He also wrote a film called Love and Monsters a couple of years ago that I was a big fan of, starring Dylan O'Brien. And this film is actually a re-teaming of some of the stars of Weapons, weirdly enough. Austin Abrams is the star, and he plays a scuba diver searching his father's remains in the ocean after they've been swallowed by a sperm whale. And his father is played by Weapons star Josh Brolin. So that is that one. I don't know if that'll make anyone's list, but I just think it's an interesting film to exist. With that said, Tyler, is there any of these, obviously aside from the M. Night Shyamalan film, is there any of these you want to talk about?
I mean, I was going to mention Verity just because it's directed by Michael Showalter, and I mean, you brought up that he directed The Idea of You. I did not know that.
He did.
I've seen that movie. I had no idea he directed that, but I love Michael Showalter for like his Wet Hot American Summer stuff and his collaborations with David Wayne, and I like The Big Sick. So I enjoyed The Lovebirds with Kumail and
Issa Rae.
Issa Rae.
Yeah,
I like that movie. So I'll watch anything that Showalter does. And obviously I think Digger is the big one to really be hyped about. I don't love the title, but I'm excited that Tom Cruise is going to be doing something besides Mission Impossible. So that's exciting. And yeah, Entry 2 is amazing. So he did The Revenant, right?
Yes,
he did as well. Yes,
Yeah.
Revenant.
Was that his last movie, or has he done something since then?
I think so.
He did. Did he not do?
No, he did a Spanish language film for Netflix, I believe, called Bardo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He did do that.
Was that the vampire one?
No, I thought it was
No.
like a biopic or something.
No, I'm thinking of a different movie.
Are you?
I think it was an Italian film, actually. But yeah, and then there's the elephant in the room, The Social Reckoning. Like, fuck that movie. It's so stupid. First of all, Aaron Sorkin can't fucking direct. Okay, all right. Have I seen The Trial of Chicago 7 or Molly's Game? No, but I still know that he's no fucking good director compared to David Fincher. Okay, and why are you gonna make a sequel to a movie, and the main character is played by somebody who is older than the real person in real life? It doesn't make any sense. Mark Strong or Jeremy Strong is way older than Mark Zuckerberg. He doesn't. I don't get it. I mean, he's a good actor. I love Succession. I like Mikey Madison. I like Jeremy Allen White. But like, no Fincher, no Eisenberg. I'm out. No thanks. Like, I'm gonna see it, but like, come on.
If I'm being honest with The Social Reckoning, I think the thing that interests me the most is after they announce like those main three actors like Jeremy Allen White, Jeremy Strong, and Mikey Madison, they like quietly slipped in underneath. Oh yeah, the fourth star is Bill Burr. That's the most interesting thing to me, because I actually think he's a solid actor when he tries. Yeah. So putting him with Sorkin, let's see. The hell if I know. Let's see.
He'll be the Justin Timberlake of this movie. It's like, oh, Justin Timberlake's in this movie, and you're like, oh, he's not bad. He's not bad.
Hey man, I like Justin Timberlake in that film. So,
but I guess Wunmi Misako from Sinners is also in it, and Loki.
Okay, well,
I didn't know that. See,
yeah. So, all right. But then Billy Magnus
she's also very
next
talented,
to it,
man.
so I don't. He's all right. But yeah, I go Social Network. Go Social Network. Anyway, here's a poster for the Social Network right here. That's all.
Madi, I'll go down to you, man. Do any of these we haven't talked about yet stand out to you?
I didn't know that Digger was a comedy, so that's intriguing to me. Other Mommy, are we sure is a movie and not like a Pornhub sort of thing, or is this like an actual?
I mean, I can look it up, but
I'm more curious. Why is it ahead of Social Reckoning on this list? Like usually you put the bigger movies on the top and then like the indie movies underneath. The fact that Other Mommy is ahead of the Social Reckoning is confusing the hell out of me right now.
Looks alphabetical.
It looks alphabetical. But yeah, no. Other than Digger and Remain, I don't think I'm excited about anything. Yeah.
I told y'all.
So to answer your question, Other Mommy is a real movie. It's not a porno. It stars Jessica Chastain and Jay Duplass, and it's directed by Rob Savage, who did the Boogeyman film from a couple of years ago.
You also did Dash Cam and Host, which are excellent.
Okay, so
there you go.
I mean, you know what? Based on that, it does sound more intriguing to me than it being just a porn film. So there's that.
Yeah. I mean, I would be intrigued if a Pornhub made it to theaters at this point. I'd have to see.
Honestly, we're with the way things are going, who knows?
It's harder to see Pornhub movies nowadays. You got to give them your damn ID. Maybe not in Canada, but
no, we're free up here.
Free porn. Free...
Oh, the irony. And then, was it Rue earlier? You were talking about Mortal Kombat, right? So talk to me about Street Fighter. Go ahead.
It's the same thing. I'm really, really, really hoping what's his face, the white dude with the porn stash that talked about black women stupidly, that guy aside.
Oh yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, for real.
Which one are we talking about?
Andrew Souls?
Andrew Souls. Yeah.
Oh God,
yeah.
him. Yeah.
Him aside. The trailer kind of got me hyped because it looks like they're going fully camp, bonkers. We're not taking this shit like a serious movie. We're taking this like a serious Street Fighter video game, and y'all are just gonna go balls to the fucking wall. I'm here for that. I'm here for that and 50 Cent's weird ass fucking Balrog hairline.
I was just gonna say that.
I am here for it as long as they just say nope. You're getting crazy. I am here for crazy. I'm good with that. I'm excited for it, hoping that like I can just have a fucking blast.
That movie looks so weird.
The Beastie Boys song has me so much more hyped for that. Something I was never going to see compared to Mortal Kombat, which is like I might have seen Mortal Kombat, but that trailer is like it gets your heart pumping. It's like, oh, this looks like fun. Yeah. But it does look stupid. But as long as it knows that it's stupid.
And then I'm good. I would say Digger and Remain are there. Sorry, Tyler. I would also put Social Reckoning on this list. But
I get it, but
honestly, Tyler, I'm on your page. Like, I'm not sure why they didn't keep the original cast because they've all aged.
Yeah.
It does make
I mean, it's only one guy. I bet Jesse just said no. Like that's probably all it was.
He was like, I don't really want to do another Facebook movie. Like
exactly.
Because he's so busy with what he's doing right now.
Hey, to be fair, his last directorial effort I actually really liked. So
yeah,
I think he's just dealing with a lot of anxiety as a person and doesn't really like acting. Whenever he talks about acting, he's like, I hate watching myself in movies. I don't really like it's so awkward. I feel like I'm doing everything wrong. And I'm like, you're such a great actor. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Like,
just imagine if you had confidence. Yeah.
But just act how you pretend to be Daniel Atlas from Now You See Me and you're good.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. So Digger and Remain. And then
yeah. So you can put Social Reckoning on there. Yeah.
Put Social Reckoning? Okay.
If we want to.
I mean, I have to see it, so I know that I can dislike it.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you're anticipating it.
Definitely not.
Right.
This is a most anticipated list. Not like, all right, I guess I'll see it.
All right, so then we'll move on to November here. I included these two streaming ones at the top just because. So seriously, Netflix has the next entry in A Dog's Journey. Yes, I'm dead serious. That's a sequel. A Dog's Perfect Christmas is coming out. We also have The Legend of Aang, which is the latest, which is the first film actually from the creators of Avatar: The Last Airbender, which was recently announced as being a streaming movie, not a theatrical film. We also have The Cat in the Hat. We have a film called Archangel I've never heard of. Godzilla Minus Zero, the sequel to Godzilla Minus One, releases this November. And then we have Jimmy, which is a Christian-produced biopic on... Oh, fuck me.
The Jimmy Stewart one?
Jimmy IV.
Yes. That
Jimmy
sounds
IV.
correct. Jimmy Stewart sounds correct.
Jimmy Stewart. Okay.
Jimmy Stewart makes more sense. When he said
now I want the Jimmy Iovine biopic.
Wait,
and
who's it
then
actually
the second
about?
screenshot,
Jimmy Stewart,
I believe Jimmy Stewart.
Oh, okay.
because we were all waiting for that.
And
one.
then the second screenshot I had to take here because there were too many. We have The Great Beyond was listed there. So we have the JJ film. We talked about that earlier. We can skip that. We have Ebenezer, which is the new Christmas Carol film from Ty West. We have The Hunger Games, Sunrise on the Reaping, which is the newest entry in that series. We have Hexed, which is an original film from Walt Disney Animation Studios. Fokker-in-Law is the newest film from the Fokker series. And then Narnia at the bottom there will be the theatrical release of Greta Gerwig's new Narnia film. And then we have Madden, which people are kind of interested about because it seemed like that was going to be an Oscars play from MGM next year. But right now it is listed as a Prime Video release around Thanksgiving next year. We don't know how that turned out, but we all know that David O. Russell's last attempt at a movie wasn't good. So we shall see. Of this long list of November films, I'll go ahead and start with Madi. Do any of these stand out to you as worth noting?
Yes. Godzilla Minus Zero, 100% is on the list.
Okay.
Because Godzilla Minus One was possibly the closest thing to perfect that I've seen in a long time. I'm a big Avatar: Legend of Aang fan, so I am excited for the movie. I'm hopeful for it at least, but it looks like it could be fun. Archangel, I have no idea what that is. The Ebenezer movie, I don't care. John Madden, I'm curious about, but again, the fact that it's going to streaming, not through MGM, I'm not sure if that should affect my excitement for it, or if it's just one of those things where, it's in November, so they might adjust it. Hunger Games, I'll be in the theaters for that as well, because that one looks fun, and I'm intrigued by seeing that story. And sorry, can you go to the other page again? There was one other one that I wanted to talk about. Narnia. I want to see Narnia. Greta Gerwig doing Narnia is intriguing. Having Meryl Streep as Aslan the Lion is an inspired choice, honestly, if we're going to be honest. So I'm curious as to what parts of the book she's adapting. If she's starting with the second book like we've already seen, or if she's starting with the first book like which I thought the movie should have done. So I'm curious about Narnia, curious about Madden, really excited for Godzilla, and I'm excited for Hunger Games and for Last Airbender.
Okay. So to fill in some blanks on this one, I looked up Archangel just in case anyone cares. Archangel is from director William Eubanks. Some of his films include The Signal, Underwater, and Land of Bad. This is an action film written, weirdly enough, by Randall Wallace, who wrote Braveheart. And it's about a former U.S. Special Forces soldier who must protect his neighbors in Wyoming from the aggressive machinations of a corporation trying to seize their land. The film stars Jim Caviezel, Olivia Thirlby, Garrett Dillahunt, and Shea Wiggum. And contrary to what that cast sounds like, this is not actually a Christian film. This is coming from Sony.
Okay.
All right. Rue, over to you. Anything? So I have Legend of Aang written down as a potential Narnia, Hunger Games. Anything you want to shout out, or anything of those that you want to push forward to?
I'm gonna stick with 2. Godzilla minus 0 for sure. I am a huge
I
Hunger
put
Games.
that on the list based on your faces. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, I'm reconfirming that, and I'm a huge Hunger Games fan. I
Okay.
really liked Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. I read the book trilogy before the movies came out, and I rewatching Mockingbirds Part 1 and 2 recently. I've grown to like both of them a lot more than I did originally. But Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, which I haven't read the book or the new book, I really enjoyed. So I'm very intrigued, and I think Haymitch as a character is probably one of the most interesting characters in the entire series. So focusing on him, even though I know exactly what's going to happen, I'm still really interested to see how it plays out. So that's that. Those are the 2 for me.
Yeah, fair enough. Tyler, up to you.
Well, yeah, obviously Godzilla minus what's it called now? 0.
0.
Godzilla minus 0
Minus 0,
is
yeah.
the most exciting thing. Like that theatrical experience is like unmatched. Like I grew up not liking monster movies very much, like kaiju movies, and like I kind of liked the new U.S. stuff, but once I saw that, I was like, damn, this is it. So that's like, yeah, definitely overall top 5 most anticipated of the year. I'm really intrigued by a Fokker-in-law, like another Meet the Fockers movie. I loved Meet the Parents and Meet the Fockers when I was a kid. I never saw Little Fockers, but you know, I love Robert De Niro, and Ben Stiller's pretty great in everything he's in. So I'm excited to check that out. Not really anticipating it really heavily. Um, and Madden, I love Nicolas Cage so much, and he looks like amazing, like from the set photos and stuff. But David O. Russell is like a piece of shit. Like he's abusive to his crew members and his actors, and he's been accused of sexual assault. So I'm just done with that guy. I'm not going to watch his movies anymore. But yeah, Narnia. Sorry,
I didn't know that last part.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he was accused of assaulting his own like someone related to him. Like he was so lame, and he just told the police that it was consensual. Okay, dude. Anyway, but the Narnia movie, I don't know if this is confirmed in any way. It's being like on the Wikipedia page. I know it's Wikipedia, but it says Narnia the Magician's Nephew. So I mean, I hope that they do the Magician's Nephew.
I also
first.
heard the same thing, like just in the
Yeah,
ether.
they're doing it in
the book order
because the Disney series was adapting it in like written order. This is being adapted in number order after the fact, which is why, for anyone wondering, it's why Greta signed on to do 2 films in particular, because it would be this and then it would be The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm more excited for it now then, just based on that.
Yeah, and I love Gerwig. She's. I mean, I think I need to rewatch her black and white movie because I didn't like it in college, but I was a very different person then. But all of her other films, like Little Women and Lady Bird, are great. So I'm and Barbie's great too. So I'm excited to see what you can do with another IP in a big budget. And this is gonna be in theaters, but is it really gonna be in theaters? You know what I mean? Like, is it gonna be one of those ones that Netflix puts in like 6 cities or something?
Well,
or
it
is this gonna
does.
be like
So
a 3,000 theater release?
I don't know if it'll be a 3,000 theater release, but Narnia is a bit different because Netflix's head of film, Dan Lin, secured an IMAX distribution for the film. So the film will have a multi-week nationwide IMAX distribution. As to how many other regular showtimes are picked up across the country, that does remain to be seen. But at the very least, it will be available in pretty much every major area of the country, if not the world, depending on how big the IMAX release is.
Okay, good. I just hope that they just give it at least a month to sit in the theaters before they just pump it out on Netflix. But I bet they're going to want it on Netflix by Christmas Day. So, but I'm still really excited
it is
for
Christmas Day. Yeah.
So, yeah, of course.
Yeah, it is. It actually is Christmas Day.
So yeah, it gets 4 whole weeks.
So yeah, so I have Godzilla and Hunger Games written down. The other 2 that I took note of were Legend of Aang and Narnia. Does anyone want to fight for either of those to be in contention, or are we moving on?
How many movies?
It seemed like there was interest from Narnia overall, but do we want it on the list?
What was the I think I'm missing a movie.
The Legend of Aang.
I think. Well, I've only like seen like the first season of Avatar, so I'm not like super
Oh shoot. Okay.
looking forward to that. It also confused me because I thought the new show was on Netflix, so I just figured it was coming out on Netflix, but I forgot it's like a
I feel
Nickelodeon
like
property.
it's a weird thing where like some of the rights belong to some of the individual creators. Some of the rights
So it's
are on Netflix.
I can. So yeah, so Netflix have the secured rights to develop the adaptation of the original show, which is why that's on Netflix.
Okay.
But
Okay.
the production company that's ran by DiMartino and Konietzko, the original creators of the show, I believe it's called Team Avatar, that is owned by Paramount, which is why this is going to Paramount Plus.
Okay.
Because it's an
Well,
original creator.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I
cool.
believe the new show they're making, I believe, is also going to be a Paramount Plus distribution, not a Netflix distribution.
Well, then I hope that one day that we get some decent live action adaptations of Avatar. I mean, is the show good? I mean, I've just heard kind of middling things on it.
I'll say this: the animated show is one of the greatest shows of all time.
Yeah.
And then I think the live action adaptation that they did on Netflix is doing an okay job. I'm curious because the first season is just like, all right, this is the world like setting up sort of thing. The second and third season is where it really takes off for me with introductions of certain characters. So I'm hoping that the live action follows suit and that the second and third seasons both knock it out of the park in the same way that the original stories did. So I would say watch the animated one for sure, and then if you don't watch the live action, that's fine. But see how you feel about it.
It just always seems like one of those franchises that I was hoping to be like adapted into like a huge like theatrical blockbuster type of thing.
You
Kind
tried
of the
that.
same with I know. We tried that with Percy Jackson too, but I feel like the scale for like Percy Jackson and Avatar could be like so much bigger than just streaming
It
shows.
could be. You know what I think it is?
And
I think a lot of the issue comes down with how much CGI they have to use, so it takes so long for them to have to make the like. How do you in real life make air look like it's moving?
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the main character's main power is that he can hold away.
Frankly, the visual effects and like the way that they try, I mean, I'm not gonna say they all look great, but the way they tried to make the bending work in the Shyamalan film is like the only compliment I have. It's
honestly, it was one of my least favorite parts of the Shyamalan film as well. Like,
oh really? I didn't mind it.
So ridiculous. But I will say the live action Netflix show, they do a good job of adapting that aspect of it, where it does look intense, it does look visceral and real. And the world looks lived in, and they've adapted it very well. I think it's just going from 24 episodes to 10, you're shrinking down a lot. So that's where most of my issues and a lot of people I've talked to's issues come from, is they're skipping out on a lot of the character development and other things that end up happening.
And they're gonna have that Walker Scobell problem too, because the kid that plays Aang is already like
he's already gone through puberty. Like it's
he
like,
looks huge.
It's been 2 years. Like calm the fuck down. Go back down.
They should have cast like a 7-year-old to play him or something. So
they did. Like, yeah, I'm sure he was like 8 when they cast him. And now because it's taken 6 years.
He's not that old.
No, he's like 14.
He already okay, yeah. I was gonna say he looks like he's like 16, 17 at this point.
Yeah. But they cast him when he was like 7, 8.
So yeah, when they would have shot seasons 2 and 3, he was between 13, 14, and 15. He is 16 at this point.
Okay. Yeah, so there you go.
They just want to. They should have gone even
anyways,
younger than how Aang is, because like knowing that he's gonna, because he just like looks like I mean, I haven't seen it, but Aang
10.
looks like a kid.
Well, 110, but yeah,
for a while. So
yeah.
I love that at nearly 3.5 hours we can still find ways to tangent. I fucking love this group. This is so
dude. Come on.
The conversation is the fun part. Yes. So anyways, to keep just the focus a little bit, Legend of Aang and Narnia, yes or no? Do we want to just scrub them?
I would say Narnia for sure.
Yeah.
Legend of Aang, I want to see it, but I can understand if you guys haven't seen the show and you're not that excited, then we can leave it off.
Okay,
I did
all right,
watch
so we'll
some
throw
Korra,
Narnia
though.
on there.
That was pretty good.
You watch Korra, but not that. Oh my god.
It came
Well,
out
the
like
good
my
news is it's
freshman
on
year of
both
college, and
Netflix
everyone was
and
watching
Paramount
it.
Plus, so you have options to watch. The one last film I do want to shout out, I'm not going to fight for it to be on the list at all, but Ty West doing A Christmas Carol, that's that one, Ebenezer. I think Ty West is, at the very least, even at his worst, an interesting director. But this is another one where, again, this doesn't guarantee it to be a good film, but this cast is like weird as shit. And the thing that I love is they've only confirmed who two of them are playing. So Johnny Depp is Scrooge. They've said that.
Oh, shit.
And then the remaining cast is Sam Claflin, Ian McKellen, Daisy Ridley, Andrea Riseborough, Rupert Grint, and Arthur Conti, who was, if anyone saw Beetlejuice, he was the villain of that film, the kid that was with Jenna Ortega. The only other actor in the film where they have confirmed his who he's playing is a man who won my heart in Mission Impossible. Tremel Tillman is playing the ghost of Christmas Present.
Wow.
Okay. I have it like on my thing. I'm literally going to watch Severance just because of that guy. I had not seen him in anything. I didn't know who he was. That man was awesome in Mission Impossible, and again, Ghost of Christmas Present, so much you can do with that, because I think they probably have by far the most screen time traditionally. So
Usually,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's gonna be good. It could be god awful, but it's at least interesting. And
I
then
think
we'll go
I'd
ahead
be-
and wrap this up. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to comment on that movie. I think Ty West, if his name wasn't attached to it, I'd be a little more interested in it. And I think the same goes for Johnny Depp. If you just swap out one of them, I'd be more interested in it. But Maxine was such a disappointment. So that's all.
So the one that we're getting like next year or the year after, that's Robert Eggers and Willem Dafoe. Okay. All right.
I'll take that.
Well, we do get a Robert Eggers film this year. It's just not that one as we go ahead and jump into December to wrap this up. We have Violent Night 2 coming out. Yes, that's getting a sequel. It comes out at the start of the month. Then we get Jumanji 3/4, because I guess however you quantify those. We have Avengers Doomsday. We have Dune Part 3. Yes, they are still coming out on the same day. We have The Angry Birds Movie 3, the one that we're all waiting for. And finally, on Christmas Day, now we all know Christmas Day, we're going to get a handful of Oscar films going wide and this, that, and the other. But the one film that's actually on the schedule at this point is Robert Eggers' Werwolf, which is a follow-up to Nosferatu in spirit, and I think literally in cast. Like a handful of the people from that film are in this one as well. Namely, I think Aaron Taylor Johnson and Lily Rose Depp. So, of these films here, I think it goes without saying, right? Let's just run it down. We're putting Avengers on there, yes? Okay. We're putting Dune Part 3 on there, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Violent Night 2, nobody cares that much, yes?
The first one was good, but...
Are you kidding me? I love Violent Night. I cannot fucking wait.
Okay.
I love that movie. It's a Christmas staple now. I am super excited for Violent Night 2.
I agree. I think it's like a 9 out of 10 film. Like, it's a great Christmas action movie.
I haven't seen it.
All right, it's going on the list. All right,
but
so
you should watch it. It should go into your Christmas movie lineup. It should when you see it, and it's on Peacock right now.
We don't have Peacock up here, but all right.
Oh, well, there you go.
then it's probably on Netflix, honestly.
It probably is on Netflix. I don't have an excuse. I just have
your guys' Netflix is such a better deal because you don't have all the shitty streaming services that Erica has to deal with.
Yeah, we just have Disney, Amazon, Netflix, and
HBO.
well, Apple, I guess. But
no HBO.
HBO we get through a separate thing because HBO's only America. So different companies, like cable companies, will license out HBO and put it on their
Sky, right?
cable company streaming desire. What?
It's Sky. Why is Sky coming?
Sky is the British version. Ours is called Crave.
There
So
we
it's
go.
a cable company is
Ah.
Crave, and then HBO is included in that.
So do you guys get
Okay.
like Max originals or no?
Sometimes.
Hmm.
A lot. I will
I guess
say
they would have to air through HBO there.
they air
Well, then it would
through-
just be an HBO original then, I think.
Yeah, so a
Yeah.
lot of like Game of Thrones comes through because it's
Yeah.
too popular that they can't not do it. But when the Penguin came out, that one I had to find on a website that probably shouldn't be named.
Fair enough.
Same with like a bunch of other stuff that is like HBO content. It will, or HBO Max content rather, will sometimes come on ours, but sometimes we have to go on different routes to find it.
Hmm.
It's weird. I'm waiting for them to just get
Uh,
bought by somebody.
Hey now, it's coming.
Eventually.
Coming to Canadian Netflix soon.
Yeah.
All right, so then let's just run through Angry Birds 3. Anyone give a shit? Cool.
I didn't even know they were making another one.
I didn't know that there was a second
Yeah.
one.
Yes.
I liked the first one, but I
Eh.
didn't watch the second one.
So, earnestly, the only thing that I care about in Angry Birds 3, because it's a funny meme to me, is as someone who was the right age to watch original, like beginning of YouTube Smosh when I was a little kid, both of them were voice actors in the first film. But by the time they made the sequel, they had broken up as a duo, and Smosh was just like a company that was making content. And they only brought back one of them. They didn't bring back the other because I think they assumed that because they weren't working together anymore, they couldn't like do the movie together. But now they are rejoined at the modern Smosh. Both of them are working and running the company again. So not only are they both in this movie, but they were on the poster for this thing when they put out a teaser poster. And that just makes my childhood heart happy. Do I want to see this movie? Fuck no. But I'm happy they're getting paid.
Actually, I have to see this movie because I have to see a movie that has both Tim Robinson and Mr. Beast in it. Like,
Oh god.
that sounds like a Mad Libs.
Tim Robinson himself might make that movie for you sooner than later. You never know.
You can just watch Tim Robinson do other stuff.
The slingshot actually goes both ways, okay?
I'm gonna make this quick. That
all right, so then
automatically makes me not want to watch this movie. I hated Friendship with such a fucking passion. God, I hated that.
God.
You don't like Tim Robinson, or you just didn't like Friendship?
I didn't like Friendship, and it really is turning me off to watch anything he's ever done because I thought that movie was not.
Oh,
funny.
then
At
don't
all.
watch. Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he's not for you, he's not for you.
No, not.
And then the last one that we have here, so the only other two remaining films are Jumanji 3 and Werewolf. Does anybody want to fight for either of these to be on the list? Do we have any passionate Jumanji or Robert Eggers fans?
I don't like Jumanji, but not that much.
Same.
I don't like Nosferatu. So
All right, then we'll leave them off.
Yeah. I think we're set.
All right. Cool. If you guys want to, if there's anything else you guys want to mention or you want to talk about for a second, just vamp for a moment and give me a sec so I can do this.
I will say, so my brother got married a few months ago, and during his wedding, like the playing on the dance floor, the song that he sings, like the bones.
yeah, bones are their money.
Yeah, that one. They got the DJ to play that during their wedding dance. And not everyone at the wedding had seen the show, and people are listening to the song going, this is the song they chose to dance to? And they're singing along, dancing with each other, like bones are their money. And I'm like, this is so funny to 7 people at this wedding. And everyone else is just confused as hell. I was like, this is hilarious. I wouldn't have done it myself. But the fact that my brother did it, I was like, this is amazing. I'm so proud of you.
That's great. I need to do that at my wedding. Honestly,
It's-
if you had watched I Think You Should Leave before seeing Friendship, you probably would have liked Friendship.
Yeah.
But like Friendship takes it to like it's like the A24 version of I Think You Should Leave. It's like
Yeah.
it's very weird.
It pushes it a lot.
Yeah,
What,
and it's
what I
not.
hate,
I think You Should Leave isn't an hour and a half singular narrative. It's like a 6-minute clip, and then it's something else that's stupid. So you might
the
like it.
thing, the two things that just killed me. I love Paul Rudd, even in things that he's not good in, and it made me not like this. Is like a set of 3 movies now, I guess, between Death of a Unicorn, Friendship, and to a lesser degree, Anaconda. That I'm like, how am I not liking Paul Rudd things right now, or Paul Rudd at all? Because Paul Rudd is the most lovable, likable. Whatever he does is pure gold guy in Hollywood. So it made me not like him. And then I can't fucking hear Last Night I Dream of You anymore. That was a childhood song of mine. That was growing up in Chicago, juke joints, like the ultimate fucking song for me. And now I hear that song and I'm like, no, I hate you. I hate you now.
I'm so sorry.
It's very saddening. Absolutely saddening.
That's,
Which, funny enough, it's the second time a movie has completely changed a song for me. I could not listen to Maxwell's Pretty Wings at all ever because it's connected to something very traumatic for me. My dad played it continuously when my mom was sick and when she passed. So the first note hits and I'm like, nope, turn it, please. And then Megan started singing that in Megan 2, and probably one of the funniest scenes of the entirety of the year. And I am like, I can listen to this song now because I am going to die. I was dying. Me and my friend went to the screening, and we were dying when she started belting that song. Like, why? What is the context? I don't care. This is brilliant. The movie might be the worst Terminator 2 ever, but damn it, this scene right now is giving me life and letting me enjoy a very, very damn good song I could never hear before in my life. So, hilarious.
I do love Megan too. I'm not gonna lie. So,
what was the Hugh Jackman Peter Pan movie called?
The Hugh Jackman what?
The Peter Pan movie that Hugh Jackman was
in. Oh, it Smells Like Teen Spirit?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
When they're like singing, the whole pirate crew is singing "Smells Like Teen Spirit." I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, can't put that on my playlist anymore.
I love showing that scene. I love showing that scene to people out of context, just simply because there is no contextual. You can't make that make sense to someone. It's so random.
I found out afterwards that they improvised it. I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
That's got to be one of the most expensive improvisations ever, right? Because then you have to secure the rights to actually put it in the movie.
Rights. You get the whole cast singing along to one song. Oh my god!
Yeah, Pan came out when I first started working at AMC, maybe like a year into my job there. And I remember someone like, you need to go and watch this scene in this movie. I'm like, why? And then like they just pulled me in there, and I was like, what the fuck is going on?
All right. So we'll go ahead and try to see if we can complete this before we hit the 4-hour mark. But let's wrap this up. So we had 28 films we picked out from the year, which I think is pretty good. To try and get it down to 20, I've broken them up literally just in the order that I wrote them down into sets of 3 or 4. And what we'll try to do is use these to easily eliminate films from the list. Now, you don't have to necessarily eliminate one from each banner, but it's just a way of breaking it up so that it's easier to look at, all right?
Sure.
So, with that said, the first set of films we have 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple, Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die, the combination of They Will Kill You and Ready or Not To, and then Hoppers. So is there one of these films that can be easily eliminated from contention by the 3 of you?
Probably Bone Temple, right?
I was going to say, I haven't seen any of the 28 later, right? So I was going to lean towards Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die, just because I thought you guys might be more into 28 Years Later.
No,
I thought we were
originally with Bone Temple as well. I didn't think we were going to put it on there, but we wanted. It's just a good.
Okay.
Hopefully, it'll be a good movie. Find out.
we can eliminate.
Yeah, you guys are seeing it tomorrow, so yeah, fine.
All right, so
No
we'll
anticipating
eliminate the Bone Temple. All right, the second set of films we have, I have The Bride, Project Hail Mary, and Whitney Springs.
Whitney Springs, probably.
Whitney Springs, because we're not sure if it's even coming out.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. Then we have Michael, Mother Mary, Mando and Grogu, or the Sheep Detectives.
I'd say probably Mother Mary.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't on the list originally. It sounds cool. I'm iffy on Sheep Detectives. Just iffy.
How dare you?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Mother Mary for me would be the one to leave off.
All right. Then the next one I have Supergirl Disclosure Day, Scary Movie 6.
I wouldn't say anything here for me.
I would lean Scary Movie 6, but that's just because I'm not too excited for it. But I know you guys would be more leaning into it, so I think we can keep all three of them if it's possible.
Yeah, that just means we'll have to cut something somewhere else.
Okay.
Okay, gotcha. And let me actually... So, delete that. All right, I'm keeping track. All right, so then we have... sorry, I realized apparently StreamYard, since I last used it, now has timers on banners. That's annoying as an automatic preset. We have Spider-Man Brand New Day, Odyssey, I Love Boosters, and Clayface. By the way, these were the two banners I looked at back to back, and I was like, I don't know if they'll want to cut any of these, but I'll put them both up and we'll see what happens.
I would lean I Love Boosters, but again,
Yeah, I feel
If we need one, but I'm not leaning that way.
yeah, like if we need it, then I Love Boosters, but not against keeping all four of these.
All right, so we'll keep them for now.
yeah.
All right. So then I'll go ahead and pull up the next one, which is Resident Evil, Digger, and Remain.
Resident Evil for me.
I don't even remember what Remain is, to be honest.
The M. Night
and
Shyamalan.
Oh,
yeah.
The two of them for me. But Resident Evil, yeah, I think we could drop, or at least I feel like we could drop, and Remain will be up there to possibly drop.
Yeah, I mean,
We could drop two of them if you want.
Resident Evil.
Let's
Tyler,
not
what'd you
push
say?
See, I'd rather drop out of these three. I would drop Digger probably, which is crazy to say, but
Wow. Okay.
yeah, I think it's just
I don't want
like,
to.
Inarritu makes better films, but I'm more excited by Shyamalan movies and by Cracker movies.
Okay.
Okay. So since we're all at a stalemate, do we want to leave these three for the minute as well?
Yeah, leave them for now.
Sure.
We'll get back to it.
Okay. All right. So then the next one we have The Social Reckoning, Godzilla Minus Zero, Hunger Games, Narnia.
Social Reckoning.
Come on.
Yeah, you can start the reckoning. It's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Easy enough. We'll cut The Social Reckoning off the list. And then the last one, I have Avengers Doomsday, Doom Part 3, Violent Night Part 2. Or Violent Night 2, I guess.
Nothing's gonna be Doomsday.
Yeah, I don't want to get rid of Violent Night 2. But again, if we have to, I will, but I don't want to.
What? How many is that so
Okay,
far?
so we'll leave it. Yeah, so we have to get rid of 8. We have cut 4 so far.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, sorry, buddy. Violent Night
I'll-
We
2.
gotta find.
I'll
We
do
gotta
Violent
find
Night.
4. We gotta find 4 more.
Violent Night 2
Tom?
is fine. Violent Night 2 is fine. You can cut that.
Cut it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can cut
All right.
Scary Movie 6 if we keep Resident Evil.
I'm actually more interested in Scary Movie 6 than Resident Evil. However, that's only because the difference in Resident Evil having a horrible background while Scary Movie doesn't. Zach Cregger as a director intrigues me more than the Wayans coming back, honestly. So I'm kind of 50-50.
Let's go with Resident Evil. Then.
Stick with Resident Evil over Scary Movie.
Sure.
Okay.
So what's the move here?
You want to strike Scary Movie 6?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Is that 3 more then that we have to
There we
strike?
2 more, I think.
2 more.
Okay.
We had brought up
Right, So
I Love
the
Boosters.
2 banners we didn't strike anything from were Spider-Man Odyssey, I Love Boosters, Clayface. And then we didn't strike anything from Resident Evil, Digger, Remain. I can go back to the other ones though if you want to find 2 to cut from there, if you want to keep these 7 on the list.
I feel like the early in the...
Yeah, run about. Let's go from the beginning again. I got to see
Yeah.
your thoughts.
I would say my
Okay,
first one
so-
would be Remain to cut, but we'll see.
Okay. All right. So the earlier ones. I have Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die, They Will Kill You, and Ready or Not, and Hoppers.
I think like Hoppers for me would be an easy cut. But
Maybe, but yeah, I have
Okay.
maybe.
Then
but,
I have The Bride and Project Hail Mary on a banner together.
Keep both of these.
No, keep those.
Yeah. We're doing
Yeah.
really
Okay.
well.
Then I have Michael, Mando, and Grogu and the Sheep Detectives.
Sorry, for me it was the Sheep Detectives. Now I knew there was another one.
yeah.
All right, fuck it.
The Sheep Detectives is coming off. All right. The Sheep Detectives.
I'm glad it lasted this long. For what it is, I'm glad it lasted this long.
All right. So then we have Supergirl Disclosure Day.
Keep both of them, yeah.
We have, and I believe we're 1 short. So then we have these 4, we have these 3, we have Godzilla -0, Hunger Games, and Narnia. And then I have Avengers Doomsday, Doom Part 3. I'm assuming those are staying.
Yeah.
For me, it's Remain.
So if we have to cut Remain,
For me,
For me, it's either Remain or is it called Closure Day?
Disclosure
Day?
was
Disclosure Day, the
Spielberg.
Spielberg film.
You also mentioned Hoppers because we didn't actually.
And
mention
Hoppers, yeah.
Yeah, we can get rid of. I would go Hoppers or Resident Evil. But
Okay, so the one, I believe 2 of you have said Hoppers. Rue, I think you were the third. Do you co-sign that?
It was between that and then because I wanted to keep it, and then 2 of us said Remain maybe. So either of
I think the
those.
Nicholas Sparks thing just makes Remain more interesting than Hoppers.
All right,
Yeah.
I think we can real quick. We're not because we came back to it. I Love Boosters. We're keeping on because of the Boots Riley of it all.
Yes.
I thought so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then
Yeah.
then Hoppers can come off.
All right, Hoppers, you were the last one standing, but you didn't make it, so sorry. And then I'm going to do a quick count because I did my math right, but I want to make sure.
What would your most anticipated be for you two?
We are at 20. Okay, so we're down. So I'll start over real quick. So we have Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die, the combo of They Will Kill You and Ready or Not, The Bride, Project Hail Mary, Michael, Mando and Grogu, Supergirl, Disclosure Day, Spider-Man Brand New Day, The Odyssey, I Love Boosters, Clayface, Resident Evil, Digger, Remain, Godzilla Minus Zero, The Hunger Games, and Narnia, and Avengers Doomsday, Dune Part 3. Rue, you were going exactly where I was headed, except I was going to start with the question of, do we want to start at the top or do we want to start at the bottom?
Let's start at the top. I think it might be easier, and then whittle our way down.
Okay. All right. So then, of these films, and I can continue to alternate them on the screen if that'll help you guys. What is your guys' number one of this list? I'll start with you, Rue. What is your number one?
It's The Odyssey over everything.
Okay. Tyler, what about you?
I really hate that this is my answer, but it's Avengers Doomsday, unfortunately.
Okay. So we have the Odyssey and we have Doomsday. Madi, what about you?
Godzilla Minus Zero.
I don't mind those being the top three because Doomsday was also probably coming next. I know the discourse around Avengers and Marvel, but I'm always been a positive Marvel person.
Yeah, I would be okay with those three as the top three, and then we just figure out the order.
And with you having Doomsday there, Doomsday was going to be like right behind it, so I don't mind Doomsday being number one. Though, like they will kill you and Ready or Not, I want Doomsday to happen. I want that to be another back-to-back.
So, okay, how about this? What would be your order for your top three? Because I think we all agree on what the top three would be. It's just now we're going to differentiate on what the order is.
I'm good with this top three, yeah.
Yeah. So I would personally go Godzilla, and then Odyssey, and then Avengers. For me.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3.
I think we're all going to have exactly the opposite ones.
Yeah.
Because I have Odyssey, Doomsday, and Godzilla.
And then Tyler,
I was gonna say it's Doomsday, Godzilla, and then
there you
go. Literally.
Wow. Okay, Aaron. You know what? You be the tiebreaker here. How would you?
Yeah, rank? You just order it because I think we're all good with any order, and so like you just order it, and we'll go from there.
Okay, so then for the purposes of this film's success, I think meaning something for a giant portion of Hollywood, I'm going to put Avengers Doomsday at number 1.
Okay.
And then I would probably say, because it's, in a theoretical sense, the follow-up to a Best Picture winner, I'm going to put The Odyssey.
And then Godzilla 3.
And then I think Godzilla Minus One being number 3 is an underdog story in and of itself. Minus 0, sorry.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Because I don't think anyone had many expectations of Minus One when it first came out. Like, I don't think anyone really knew what to expect of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't even seen Shin Godzilla at that point.
Oh, you've seen it now though, right?
Yes, on theaters for the release.
All right, so let me just knock those films off. All right, so we have the first 3 on the list. Then the question continues. What's next?
Do we want to go Dune?
I'd have Spider-Man before Dune for me.
I was gonna, Spider-Man or Dune. Like that's like
I'd probably put Spider-Man ahead of Dune just because this Dune Messiah movie is gonna be weird.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be weird.
Have you guys read the books?
No, I'm still working on the first one, but I know what happens.
Of Messiah is a weird book, dude. Like it's, oh my god. I feel like Aaron. I don't know if was it with you that I talked about this like a year or two ago.
I feel like we've had a conversation about this.
Yeah, like the second book is super weird.
I feel like this was like before we even knew they had greenlit a third one. Like I feel like it was like, do you think they'd even do it? And it's like, oh, they are. So,
okay, yeah,
we're gonna find out.
I'll
all right, so then we'll put
Spider-Man and Dune at 5.
Yeah.
Okay, yep. Okay. So Dune goes to 5 then. Do you want me to run the remaining films back down then? Just so we know where we're at.
Disclosure Day, Mandalorian.
Disclosure Day,
Was there
Mandalorian, Supergirl.
Yeah, here.
Was there
For the
any that
here about how about this?
people pop out, though?
I was gonna say I'm gonna run the films down just for the audience, and then you guys get your thoughts together about who wants to go next on what. Okay.
Okay.
So the remaining 15 we have Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die, and the combo of They Will Kill You and Ready or Not. The Bride, Project Hail Mary, Michael, Mando, and Grogu. That sounds like a law firm. Supergirl, Disclosure Day. We have I Love Boosters and Clayface, Resident Evil, Digger, Remain, Hunger Games, and Narnia. So, Tyler, I'll go to you next. Of the remaining 15, which one jumps out to you the most to go on first?
Probably Supergirl.
Okay. Madi, where was
Yeah.
that at?
Yeah, I was say same thing. Supergirl for me.
I was low-key
Okay.
trying
What
not
about
to
you,
go. I was low-key trying not to go superhero heavy, but we love superhero movies, so yeah,
Accept it.
Okay.
Be okay with who you are, Amar.
exactly.
For what it's worth, if you want to talk about the non-superhero part of Supergirl, like the thing that excites me most for it is actually the fact that it's Craig Gillespie, because I think he specifically has found a way to really tell women-led stories in a way that doesn't feel like, oh, this is a man trying to tell a woman's story. Like I, Tonya was excellent, obviously, and even Cruella, I think of all the Disney live-action BS, is
good.
one of the better ones
Yes.
to watch.
And Fright Night's
I
good.
also really like Dumb Money. Not women focused, obviously, but I really like Dumb Money.
I did too.
Oh yeah, he did do Dumb Money as well.
Mm-hmm. So, all right. So then that's number 6 for sure. Madi, I'll go to you next. Which one stands out for number 7?
I'd go Disclosure Day, and keep it in that same little bracket. I'd put Disclosure Day next.
Okay. What about you, Rue?
I was gonna keep it in the exact same and go Clayface.
Okay. And then what about you, Tyler?
I'm probably more excited for Clayface than I am Disclosure Day. They barely gave us anything to work with that trailer, so it's like the only thing that's really getting me excited for that is Josh O'Connor. Like that's it. So,
Is there something else that you're more excited than Clayface though, or is that?
Yeah, you could throw a third, and we could contend the 3 of them. If there's something else that's speaking to you more.
Not Michael, not Project Hail Mary. Did we say Mandalorian? Yeah, Mandalorian, probably.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we'll be the next 3. So we got Disclosure Day, Clayface, Mando, and Grogu. Is there one that we can consensus agree on more than the others?
For me, it's still Clayface.
I would probably lean towards Clayface.
That's fine.
Of like, for sure, because I know, Disclosure Day is going to be a very specific thing. So.
All right, so we got Clayface, and then are we looking for Mando and Grogu or Disclosure Day? If I'm being honest, for me personally, I don't think I'm super looking forward. I'm looking forward to both of these films, but there's one big reservation that I kind of have about both of these movies. The Mando thing, it is the fact that like this was originally conceived partially as season 4, and then they've turned it into a film. I'm not saying it can't be good because it's not like they shot it and then cut a movie out of it. They like did it in the scripting phase. But Star Wars has already done this once the other way when they took the Obi-Wan film and turned it into a show, and that didn't work. So I'm a little nervous about it going the other way. With Disclosure Day, for me, it actually is David Koepp being the writer because he's so 50-50 that, like, I think, like this year alone, I thought he wrote 2 great films for Steven Soderbergh in Black Bag, which is in my top 20, and Presence. But then he wrote Jurassic World Rebirth, which was the one he like did a whole press tour about. It was mediocre as shit, and his screenplay was the problem with it. Like, I think if Gareth had fucking written it, it probably would have turned out even a better film. So
worst Jurassic World movie by a long time.
So yeah, I would maybe Mando and Grogu. I would say just because at least we're getting Star Wars back on the big screen.
It's Filoni doing it, right?
It's Favreau.
Favreau, and I like Favreau.
Oh, it is Favreau.
It's Favreau.
Yeah, I put Mando ahead then.
And his episode, like the episode of Mandalorian that he actually directed, I do think probably had the most cinematic feel to it of all of them. It was the premiere of season 2.
Yes, yeah. I'll put
Timothy
Mando ahead
Oliphant.
I'll put Mando ahead of Grogu then, or Mando ahead of Disclosure Day then.
Wish they can get that man back in the Marvel movies, dude. I love Iron Man.
I can't lie. The fact that he's doing an Oswald the Rabbit thing for Disney Plus, I'm kind of interested, just because that's such an out there, like, all right, if that's your passion. All right, so we have Mando and Grogu and Disclosure Day going on there. Now, at this point, I'm going to venture 2 of mine forward, because if we're just talking personally, the 2 things that I'm probably looking forward to this year are Project Hail Mary and Digger. And I want at least one of those to make the top 10. So of those 2 films, where do you guys fall? On
Digger.
Yep. Digger was the one I was going to bring up next to.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Digger? Okay, cool.
But I originally thought Project Hail Mary just because of the hype I heard around people who know about the project. So that
I feel like putting them right next to each other, I wouldn't be upset with that, personally.
So Project at 11?
Yeah.
Does anyone object? All right. Then we'll throw it on. All right, so then I'll give you guys a second to get your thoughts together about what's left, and I'll run back through for the audience. So we have Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die, and the combo of They Will Kill You and Ready or Not. We still have The Bride, and we have Project Hail Mary. We have Michael. We have...
That was 11, right?
Oh, we already put Project Hail Mary. That's right.
Yeah.
So we have The Bride. We have Michael. We have I Love Boosters. We have Resident Evil and Remain Together. And then we have Hunger Games and Narnia. So I'll start back up top with you, Rue. Which one of the remaining 9 films do you want to put up first?
So I'm not as high on Narnia as the other 2, but for me, it felt like Hunger Games and Narnia were the next 2 to come up. For me.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say Narnia and then Hunger Games. So
fine.
Yeah.
I wasn't even thinking of you.
Mehdi, any objections?
No, I'm not against it. I was gonna put The Bride ahead of both of them on my personal list.
Actually, yeah, I The Bride.
That's sure. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll do The Bride, and then was it Narnia above Hunger Games?
For me.
Not for me, but like if they are,
I might lean Hunger Games over Narnia just because of the track record.
For me, it's Hunger Games over Narnia as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Like if this was the second or third Narnia movie, it might change how I feel on it, but because it's the first one out the gate and we don't know what it's going to look like or the feel of it or anything, that's why I'm.
But if it's like Ballad of Songbird and
fair.
Snakes, I'll be happy because
100%.
I only liked Catching Fire. I don't really like the other 3, so if I did, yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
All right, so then that leaves us with 6 remaining. We have Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die, and They Will Kill You and Ready or Not. I have Michael. I have I Love Boosters and Resident Evil and Remain. So I'm going to make a vouch. I would probably put the combo as 20, considering I think part of the appeal of both films making the list is the fact that they are coming out the same day.
Yeah.
They're like a little black and white cookie.
Does anyone object to that, or does anyone want it higher?
I was gonna present them next, but I don't know if everybody else was. I don't care.
I feel like it being 2 separate
so hold on.
movies
So
was the reason I was like, all right, we can put that at the end. But
I'm good with putting it at 20 because it's 2.
Okay. Because what I would say to you is, if they weren't coming out the same weekend and we didn't like combine them early on, individually, would both films have made your top 20? That's my question.
Maybe, but it would be
in
20.
putting them.
I think They Will
Individually,
Kill
it would've been
You.
19 or 20 for me.
It would have been 20 for me, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we'll put them at 20. So then of the other 5, which one do we want to put up first? Tyler, I'll start with you.
I've already forgotten them.
We got Michael.
Resident Evil.
I'll pull up on the screen. So we have Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. We have Michael, I Love Boosters, Resident Evil, and Remain.
Yeah, for me, it's Resident Evil, then Boosters, then the Sam Rockwell movie. Like those are my of what's left, what I'm really anticipating.
Those were the next 3 in my order. I would have had Michael kind of in there, but I know it's a risk.
Controversial. Yeah.
So like the Sam Rockwell of it all and the potential of the other 2 are definitely coming up next. Remain is definitely last on the 3 of the 3 of those for me though. I was gonna have Remain at 19, but
okay.
Remain can be 19. That's fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say Remain at 19.
Yeah,
sounds
that's fine. Okay, then. So then, of the other 4, then, so we have Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die, Michael, I Love Boosters, Remain. Give me which one is at the top of that set for you guys.
it sounds like between. I don't know, because you also mentioned Boosters. Again, my only thing is, I did not like the end of Sorry to Bother You, even though I liked the movie. So maybe it is between Resident Evil and Good Luck.
You know what? For the Boosters one, because we don't know anything about it, I'm almost not wanting to put it up even further. Like we only know the director right now, right?
And the
Yeah,
basic premise.
And the basic premise, yeah.
Keke Palmer, Naomi Aki, and I cannot remember the third woman in the movie. Is it Tiana?
It might be.
Ooh, I hope.
I might be wrong on that though. No, Taylor Page, who secretly.
I like her too.
That was saying who secretly just goes on and does great work. Everything she's in.
Every single time. Okay. Yeah. I
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
But
so it sounds like we're working backwards. So
a little bit.
Yeah. So 18 for I Love Boosters.
Okay. So. All right. So Boosters at 18, Remain at 19, the duo at 20. So then we have Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die, Michael, and Resident Evil.
I feel like we're all okay with Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die being the top of those 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Were you good with that? Yeah. And
yeah, because I was gonna say Zach Kreger, but then again the Resident Evil kind of just like we don't know. So Good Luck has
no, it's just that or Michael. So Resident Evil and Michael.
So do we want to do then Resident Evil 16, Michael 17?
Yeah. At least I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
okay.
Let me type them all in. Resident Evil.
Brought up a great point though about it not being comedic at all, and that's like his bread and butter with the Whitest Kids Now and stuff.
Like if it was a different horror director with less comedy in him, then I'd be much more excited for it. Like if it was like, who are you thinking of?
David F. Sandberg.
Oh, I'd love that. No, that'd be really good.
Oh, you would like that more? See, I feel like he's not bold enough. Like, I like him.
I don't think he's as good of an overall director, but I think for horror specific and sticking with the tone, I think he'd be really well done.
It's just he adapted Until Dawn, and they just apparently didn't.
Until Dawn shouldn't have been adapted that way, I don't think.
But I like his Annabelle movie. His Annabelle movie's good.
Yeah.
All right, so we got everything down there. Shout out to all the movies from 2026. We'll see if you suck or not. But we have pared it down to a top 20 anticipated list. To run it down one more time, we have... Actually, you know what? I'll do this the same style as the other show. I'm going to start with Rue. Give me the numbers in that triangular order. Rue, Tyler, Medee. We'll do it that way. So, Rue, give me the first number.
20 or 1? Which way are we going?
20. We'll start at the bottom.
Go 20, yeah.
Number 20. Did you hear me? Exactly at the point where There we go. There we go. Because I said it already. Let's try it again. Number 20.
They Will Kill You and Ready or Not To. Here I Come.
Hell of a title.
Then Tyler, you would say 19.
I would say I
was waiting for the prompt. 19.
Ray.
And number 18.
I Love Boosters.
17.
Oh shit.
That's the teacher in him. Michael.
Yeah.
Number 16.
Resident Evil.
At 15.
Good luck, have fun, don't die.
That's not great.
I'm not going to keep it up. 14.
Narnia.
Number 13.
The Hunger Games, Sunrise on the Reaping.
Number 12.
The Bride.
Number 11.
Project Hail Mary.
Number 10.
Digger.
9.
Disclosure Day.
8.
The Mandalorian and Grogu.
It's a terrible title.
Number 7.
It really is not a good title. Clayface.
Number 6.
Hold on. I'm sorry. You said number 6. I gotta go back. As someone who grew up with the Disney Channel, this feels like when they would do that rebranding for a 4th season so they can call it a new show and not contractually pay people better wages. Like that is
like Hannah Montana
the
season 4.
Mandalorian. Exactly. It's like this is what is this? Oh, anyways, number 6 is Supergirl. Much cleaner title.
I Hate Children. Number 5.
Dune Part
You're
3.
a teacher.
A lot of teachers hate children.
Number 4.
Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Number 3.
Zilla -0.
Number 2.
The Odyssey.
And number 1.
Avengers Doomsday. Will it live up to the hype we have bestowed upon it? Find out a year from now. We'll, give or take. All right. Well, this was an absolute monster of an episode, but I had a lot of fun, guys. Is there anything out there on the internet that you guys would like to plug before we shut this down? Amaru, I'll start with you, sir.
The same as always, Bite Size Breakdown on YouTube, bitesizebreakdown.com. It is the reason why I am a member of the North Carolina Film Critics Association. So go check out all of our stuff there, depending on when this is released. I've been writing articles recently for it that I love. And again, one of my new favorite articles is partially about it might be out or it might be coming out soon. Why Sinners is not from Dusk Till Dawn, and y'all can kiss my ass if you think otherwise. But more so than that, I look into what really makes an original Hollywood film nowadays, anyway.
Yeah, and I can't co-sign it enough. They have, I mean, you guys like actually vet the people that you bring on to write, right? Like everyone has to audition. Like the people that are writing have figured out how to put reviews concisely down to the word, which is, I mean, I've said this a lot to people recently, but media literacy is at an all-time low in this country, and the ability to actually write is also at an all-time low in this country. So seeing a collection of people be able to write concisely is just impressive in and of itself at this point. Tyler, do you have anything you would like to promote to the people out there before we close out?
Not too much. I don't really make that much content, but if you want to follow me on Letterboxd or Instagram or TikTok, it's Movie Junkie XL, like the composer Junkie XL, but with just a movie in front.
Oh, yeah.
And Madi, tell us all about your current role on the Canadian remake of The Pit.
Yeah, I'm basically doing that, so I don't watch The Pit at home because I'm living The Pit. But you can find me on a plane on September 11th flying to New York to watch Sense and Sensibility.
Yes.
Which
Who
means
knows?
on
Maybe
September
we'll be at war
12th,
by
you
then,
can
so it
find
might actually be an actual thing. I don't know what's going on. I'm not on the internet much
if he
anymore.
takes that flight on September 11th, you can still find him at JFK TSA on September 12th.
I'll be getting a very thorough rectal exam. I can tell you that much. It's cheaper than going for my actual physical. So,
In Canada.
well, no.
Exactly.
I just have to walk down the hallway.
In America.
In America, it's probably cheaper than getting an actual physical exam. By the way, for those of you guys who do want healthcare, because I know you guys' healthcare system is shot, if you do come up to Canada, I'm too busy. I can't help you. I'm sorry. I would love to be able to offer you guys free healthcare, but god damn it, I'm swamped. All right? Relax.
It's good to be back, man. See you guys next week. Thank you for partaking in this. However on earth I upload this video. Thank you. We'll see you next time.